YouTube. So give me 1 second here to get this last platform up. We're going to be talking about, like I said, number one is Trump's economy. Number one is Trump's economy. Apparently, his economy's done a little bit better than the liberals wanted to lead on. So we're going to talk about that. Talk about the fact that he's talking about going after everybody from Beyonce to Al Sharpton. Who else is he going after? Oprah Winfrey. And then last but not least, the feedback I'm getting about asking if Trump is going to deport black people. Oh my God, the feedback has been insane. So I do want to talk to folks, including MAGA, if they're willing to come on and talk. So give me a few seconds here and we should be up and running. I just want to make sure I put the right shit in here. But we're on early today because I didn't work as long at my day job today. I had a medical appointment. Let me see if I can get this last piece of shit in here, and then we'll get the show going. So about 30 seconds, folks, about 30 seconds, and we'll be up and running. So welcome to those who are beginning to filter in. I know it's a few of you guys in here now. I'm starting to see the numbers going up and all of that good stuff. So I appreciate you bearing with me for the last few seconds as we get the final stream on the road. Today we're on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Those are our platforms. So I believe we're good to go now. So last but not least, we'll go ahead and fire up TikTok and we'll get the show started in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. A tale of three topics today. You know, we always come with more than one topic and always straight out of the headlines. And today we got really two topics I want to discuss with you. But I also have another topic I want to discuss that is kind of a repeat, but I'm bringing it up because the feedback from this previous topic has been so strong. I want to get some clarity from you folks, and I want to have a secondary conversation on it. So we'll go ahead and go down the list of topics we're going to discuss here, and I do want to hear from you folks. Now, MAGA's the one that gave me the biggest pushback on this. You know, the whole topic was silly, bunch of bullshit, all of that stuff. So we're going to talk about it. Well, number one thing I want to start out with is Trump's economy. How you guys feeling about that? President Trump's economy is up the GDP is up 3%. So for all of the liberals that said Trump was going to destroy the economy, going to take us into a recession, some people even predicted a depression. Well, presto, it's actually stable. We actually have a stable economy that's trending upward. Now, 3% growth GDP in Q2 is not exactly a roaring economy, but it is stable and it is a positive outlook. Certainly a hell of a lot better than what the liberals originally predicted, including folks like yours truly. I certainly, I'm still no fan of the tariffs. But I will say that Trump's performance is better than most liberals, including myself, predicted. Even with the tariffs imposed, all of the chaotic tariff today, no tariff tomorrow, 60% today, 20% tomorrow. Fact is, despite all of that, our economy is holding steady and growing slightly under President Trump. Now, we can argue whether it's going to change or whatever the case may be, but that argument was made before our second quarter numbers came in. And the numbers for the second quarter are positive for President Trump. So he has done better with the economy than many on the left has predicted. Is it like, I mean, are we going to get to the point where we claim it's the best economy in history? Maybe from Trump, of course, but we're nowhere near that. But nevertheless, there is something to smile about if you care about the economy or you are a supporter of President Trump.
Seconds away from that advanced second quarter GDP number, futures are higher ahead of that, with the Dow futures up by about 25 points, S&P futures up by 7, the NASDAQ indicated up by just over 40 points. Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME in Chicago. And Rick, take it away.
Yes, these are the advanced, of course, so they will be modified, but we are expecting a number around 2.5%. Last quarter, you realize, was down 0.5%. That was the weakest quarter since the first quarter of 22. And they're out up 3%, up 3%. Better than expected. That would be the highest level since the third quarter of 24 when it was up 3.1%. On the consumption side, up 1.4, very close to estimates. Up 1.4 would be the best since the last quarter of 24. And I do want to point out, if you look at the consumption numbers for last quarter, up 0.5%, that is really weak. As a matter of fact, that goes in comps to the worst, darkest days of COVID when it was down 30%. However, I wanted to know, outside of COVID, when was the last time we saw consumption that low? You're going back to June of 2011. Just as a footnote, on the pricing index side, less than expected. We're looking for a number over 2%. This number is at 2%. 2% would be the lowest pricing index number read going back to the third quarter.
So he's going into consumption and things like that. But as you heard at the beginning, he did say it's the best since the last quarter of 2024. So that's the end of Biden's economy. Like I stated, this is not something to boast about how great it's doing. That's what the Trump administration is doing. But it is positive. It is far more positive than the liberals predicting a depression or even a recession. The economy is maintaining a stable outlook, at least for the second quarter. So we do want to talk about that. And I will ask you folks, I saw somebody in the comments said not working for the man today. Had a half day, so I only worked a half day today, and I figured I'd come home and chat with you fine folks. So I had a doctor's appointment, went in and figured I'd come home and talk to you folks because I got hammered so much in regards to a topic I posted online. The feedback was off the chain, and I'm going to get to that topic in a moment because I want to discuss it again with you folks because so many folks posted. I had it on YouTube. It's on TikTok. It's on Clapper and all of my platforms, Instagram. But on YouTube, I got hammered. And that's where predominantly most of my beloved MAGA audience is on YouTube. So I got attacked on YouTube. And I do want to address this particular topic for a second time because of all of the feedback I got. Some of it was positive, too. It wasn't all negative. It was, in fact, probably almost split down the middle, negative and positive. So we'll talk about that topic. But before we do, Trump's economy, is it working for you? So I'm going to ask you real briefly, if you had to give Trump's economy, the current economy, a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F, right now, based on your personal finances, your personal outlook, your retirement plans, your 401k, what you're seeing right now, what letter grade would you give President Trump's economy right now? I'd be curious to know. Anyway, so continue. So people giving it an F? I like to, what has this economy done that's so bad you give it an F? I'm not here to cheerlead for Trump, but an F means it's the worst you can give it so far. I don't see that. I don't see that as being a fair judgment. I'd be curious to know why anyone would give it an F so far, other than you've already prejudged Trump and you're going to hate him no matter what. So in addition to talking about President Trump's economy, you know, we come with other stories, and today is no exception on that. This one, I don't understand, but I'll let you hear an excerpt from it. I don't understand this at all.
Trump is taking aim at some major stars. He says some of them should be prosecuted for endorsing former Vice President Kamala Harris during her presidential campaign. He claims the Democratic Party funneled millions of dollars to high-profile figures so they'd support Harris in the last election. He claims Beyonce was allegedly paid $11 million to support Harris. He also claims Oprah's production company was paid $1 million to live stream events she helped organize. Trump laid this all out on Truth Social during his visit from Scotland. He cited different numbers, but didn't say where those numbers came from. In the post, he also said, quote, "You are not allowed to pay for an endorsement. It is totally illegal to do so." He claimed they all broke the law and should be prosecuted. The celebrities he named in the post have all backed Democratic candidates in the past.
What the fuck is that? What is that? He wants to go after Beyonce, Al Sharpton, and Oprah Winfrey for allegedly taking money from the Democratic Party to endorse him. What the hell is that? Why would he even go down that road? I just want to ask you folks, what the hell is that? Is it possible that if Trump goes down that road, people are going to push back, perhaps with things that he's done?
Best of these cars. What do you think?
Well, the car that I drive is the Model S Plaid.
Which is that one?
It's that red one in the middle.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's 0 to 60 miles an hour in 2 seconds. It's faster than a Ferrari.
That's pretty fast. This is beautiful. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay.
Have you ever sat
Let me get in a
wheel
second.
one of these? Of a Tesla?
Do you want my notes?
Yeah.
They gave me notes. I said, I'm not buying. I don't need notes.
I'll take one. I can take it.
Thank you. Let me get into this second. I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it would
Whoa,
really be wild.
that's beautiful. Wow.
I get on this other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow. You don't want me to drive it, do you?
I saw Biden do a
I'll tell you,
test
it
loop
could
here
be-
once in the Jeep.
Yeah, but
Very easy to drive.
that's you're the only one that saw it.
So it's like driving a car.
Okay, now he wants to go after Beyonce and Al Sharpton and all of these folks for allegedly receiving money for campaign donations. And here he is only a few months earlier, literally doing a commercial for Tesla. And as you can hear here, he's never even gotten in the car before. Knows nothing about the car. He sits in the car and the first thing he says is, "It's all computer inside." And by the time the ad is over, he's telling you to buy one. He knows nothing about this car. He even admits they gave me notes. Why would they give you notes to do something you were already going to do? So how the hell does this guy go full circle to suggesting that someone else should be criminalized for, taking money for endorsements? He clearly is being paid to do this by Elon Musk at the time. I don't understand this one. Why would you go after them when you clearly have this on your resume? Would you expect someone to maybe come back and bring this up? This isn't that old. This isn't that old. Also, did you hear how many times they referenced President Biden in this? You ever heard of the phrase derangement syndrome? Why are they selling Teslas and bringing up Biden's name? Why is he getting inside of a car and suggesting that Biden cannot get in the car? What the hell does any of this have to do with Biden? Biden is a citizen at this point, just a civilian. Why are they selling cars talking about Biden? Ever heard of the phrase derangement syndrome? Put your hands up if you have. So continuing on, but nevertheless, I want to hear from you folks. The idea that he's talking about going after Al Sharpton, Beyonce, and Oprah Winfrey. Remember, he's the guy that's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. He sure seems to be going after a bunch of them these days. In addition to Al Sharpton and Oprah Winfrey and Beyonce, of course, he's talking about going after Kamala Harris now. He's talking about going after Barack Obama for treason. I don't know. I'm not hearing the love. Maybe some of you folks can help cue me in. I'm just not hearing the love. Last but not least, this is a topic I've kind of teased, and we'll certainly start taking calls and going to the comments soon after this. But I posted a video. We even had a live on it a few weeks ago because somebody asked me a question that I found to be troubling, and I didn't know how to answer it. somebody asked me, basically they sent it to me on YouTube. And the question was, Tim, after the illegal immigrants are gone, after we've gotten all the undocumented immigrants out of this country, do you believe Trump will start deporting black people next? And I responded I actually posted the question in a video across the platforms, and I stated that I'm not certain of any answer I could give. I don't feel confident Trump is going to start deporting black people, but I stated I'm also not confident he's not. And I got hammered in my comment section, particularly from MAGA. This is racial division I'm stoking. You're promoting all sorts of the race card, and how the hell would you say you don't know? There's no way Trump's going to deport black people. How the hell you got such an awful acute case of Trump derangement syndrome? This is what my audience was telling me. So because the feedback was so damn bad, I wanted to come on here and yak it up with you folks again. Hopefully I can get as many of my beloved MAGA as possible. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if you come on and you got a different opinion, or you're talking to the host and somehow your mouth fixes to say, I think you're full of shit, we don't block you for that. I don't block you for that. We let you get your opinion across, long as it is within the parameters of the applications you're on. I can't control what YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram does, but I don't block, ban, or censor anybody for their own damn opinion. I believe in free speech, so we always defend that here. But I do want to talk to you folks, particularly MAGA, since I got hammered by them. A lot of liberals actually agreed. A lot of liberals feel like it is possible. Now, I'm going to start out, before we start taking calls, with just a couple quick quotes as to why I stated personally. Now, you may have a whole different opinion on this, and that's fine. But I stated I'm not comfortable answering that question either way. This is Trump.
I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but I'd like
now, you hear him talking about violent criminals, violent American criminals that he would like to get out of the country as well. So if you commit a violent felony, he's making it clear he would consider deporting you to another country. So that's an American citizen. Now, is that just a joke? Is that being taken out of context? Are the liberals just, unable to, to hear things clearly? I want you to hear Carolyn Leavitt. This is Trump's spokesperson we've all become familiar with. Now, this is a follow-up because I just asked you, when you heard Trump say that, did you even take it seriously? Perhaps it was just Trump rambling on and being Trump.
To follow up on immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons, is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when with his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime, who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
Okay, so she clearly says he has raised the question of deporting American citizens and is, quote unquote, looking into it. So it's pretty obvious that Trump wants to have the right to deport American citizens. That's unconstitutional. There is no area of the law that I'm aware of. Maybe you folks can help me out here. I'm not a know-it-all. Damn it, a lot of you folks know more than I do. And you can certainly clear this shit up if you will. State anything you want in the comments on this. But I'm not aware of any facet of law under any circumstance that lets you deport an American citizen to another country. Only time I can see this is if you go overseas, you commit a violent felony there, and they want to extradite you. Okay, let's say, for instance, you go over to Israel as an American, and you want to take revenge for what's been happening on Gaza. So you harming an Israeli citizen. The nation of Israel can demand you be extradited to Israel to pay for your crimes. In that case, yeah, you could send an American citizen overseas. But if you commit the crime in America, which Trump clearly stated, why the hell are you being sent out of the country? There is no facet of law that I'm aware of that allows that. So clearly he's talking about doing something that goes against the Constitution. And he talks about it, as you've seen, more than once there. First he says it, then you got his spokesperson, Carolyn Leavitt, saying it. But as they say in the old infomercials, wait, there's more.
President Trump has ignited a new war with Rosie O'Donnell. He says he's thinking of revoking U.S. citizenship. Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interest of our great country. I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship, he wrote on Truth Social.
Now, once again, Rosie O'Donnell is no fan of Trump, and MAGA is no fan of Rosie O'Donnell. I get it. She said bad things about Trump. Trump said bad things about her. There's a whole lot of back and forth there. But saying bad things about a president does not entitle you to a deportation under any form of the law. Once again, just like what I just stated before, are you aware of any facet of law that suggests you can be deported for saying bad things about the president? Have you heard any of that? Once again, this is unconstitutional. Now, unlike the bad hombres that he was mentioning in the previous video I sent you or showed you, where he's talking about hitting somebody in the head over a subway and committing a violent felony, Rosie O'Donnell does not have a criminal history at all. She was born and raised in America. The only reason Rosie O'Donnell would make his deportation radar is because he simply doesn't like her. Totally unconstitutional. So I'm going to end all of this and start taking calls by asking you the simple question. Based on all of this you've just seen over the last minute or two, why the hell would it be so easy to predict he would never deport black people? Can somebody explain that? Did you think he was going to talk about doing any of this a year ago when he was running for president? Did you ever imagine him talking about deporting American citizens and sending criminals abroad? Would you have actually agreed if a liberal stated, if Trump wins in 2024, he's going to start deporting criminals overseas? What would you have said if a liberal said that? What would you have said if a liberal stated, if folks like Rosie O'Donnell, if Trump gets elected, he's going to talk about taking their citizenship away? What would you have said if a liberal told you that a year ago? That's all I'm asking. So looking in the comments, we're going to go straight to that. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. You know how the program is ran. As always, we don't block, ban, or censor. Despite any of the language you hear here, any of the opinions you hear here, we remain MAGA friendly. Has always been that way, always will be that way. Nevertheless, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. If you favor a completely open program where all sides of the aisle, the political spectrum get to speak, show the program some love. Follow the program if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok as we speak, or if you happen to be watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. So going straight to the box, Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program, or afternoon. I'm a little early today, but afternoon, Sherbert.
How's it going, Tim?
I don't know. I think I'm already in the trenches before the first call, but how you liking the Trump's economy? We're going to get around to this, but how you liking the Trump's economy? I'm hearing it's progressing nicely right now.
I don't see it going very well. A lot, especially all the things in the big, beautiful bills that are going to time out here in 2 years, 3 years. They're right when all of the systems are going to start crashing to their fullest extent. Trump's walking out of office.
Well, but you are making future predictions, and you would admit that so far Trump's detractors, predominantly liberals, were suggesting the economy will be jacked up by July 4th, and it's not.
Well, it has been jacked up several times. We had the first recession numbers in the first quarter for the first time in a long time. So I wouldn't say that they were wrong, maybe just a little exaggerated.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. The price of fuel is not out of hand. The price of groceries are they're not. We don't like the price of groceries, but they're not like going off the chain like many liberals suggested. I mean, is it really that bad?
Well, it's not any better, is the main thing for me. Especially when all Trump has is saying, look, I'm awesome, I can do everything.
Yeah.
And then not really do anything except raise taxes on everyone except for his billionaire buddies.
Okay.
I just don't see how it's helping anything.
So your point is,
He talks about the billions of dollars that are coming in from tariff, and it's coming from the taxpayers. It's coming from us. So yes, it's more money, but it's literally directly out of our pockets.
okay. So your point is, it's not bad under Trump, but he promised a lot more.
Well, if you're specifically only talking about the economy,
Right.
it's probably about equal. But the entire culture of America, much worse.
Define culture of America. What do you mean?
Well, we've got the Gestapo running around with masks, throwing people in vans. I don't think that's good for the culture of America.
Well,
We've got the most division I think I've ever seen in my lifetime, and it's 99% coming from Trump and 1% coming from Stephen Miller.
But can you blame that on Trump with ICE running around the country when he campaigned on it? Hold on. Not only did he campaign on the largest deportation in history, the Hispanics voted it in. How do you think you're going to conduct the largest deportation in history? What do you expect to happen?
I wasn't expecting them to go mask up and then give them a full immunity for literally anything they do to civilians while also arresting illegal immigrants. There is a due process to everything, and if you're okay with putting that to the side, that's on you, but I don't think you have good morals if you do.
Well, when you talk about giving ICE immunity and things like that, we've done lives here where I pointed out Trump was talking about giving the police immunity. I mean, is that really surprising what he's doing?
No, but Tim, you want to talk about how good the economy is going, but we added $4 trillion to the debt ceiling. We raised ICE's budget by, a couple $1 billion at least?
28. Well, yeah, we went from $8 billion to $28
we're doing
billion.
Great in the economy, but then we've also just put a ass ton of money into all of our systems that the entire sales pitch was, we're going to lower the money. We're going to stop spending by $2 trillion. Well, we add $4 trillion to the deficit, whatever.
But what about the notion that Trump is promising the tariffs will offset a hell of a lot of that, plus we're getting immigrants out of the country, that we're in our resources, so we're going to free up money that way. Do you see any validity in it?
Not really, because cutting out USAID hurts my soul in the fact that we're just going to let hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of people die across the world because we're too selfish to help them. And when we let all of that food expire, the protein bars expire a month ago or so, and we had to burn it, spending a couple $1 million more on food we already purchased instead of giving that to the homeless veterans or just the homeless.
Yeah.
You're talking about
you're talking about the 500 tons of high energy biscuits. In hindsight, I don't see why they didn't send that into Gaza. That would have been an easy move.
They didn't send that to every food bank in America, Tim. Not even just Gaza.
Yeah.
We could feed Americans, but they burnt it. You're not helping out America. You're not good for the culture if you're willing to let people starve and not have health insurance. I just heard a very interesting fact today where the UN Council voted to make food a human right, and the only people to vote down on that were America and Israel. How are we the good guys if food isn't a basic human right?
Well, because if you make food a human right, that means the person has a right to be fed, whether they go out and work for it or not. And in this country, people believe that you should have to work or you don't eat.
What about people in prisons, Tim? We feed them because it's a human right when you're locked up, or you're in a war-torn country, or literally anything. We can let the billionaires have it, or we can feed people. There was a governor I don't really like, but he spent a ton of his state money on buying up all the apples that were going to expire and weren't actually sold to USAID or whoever. And then all these food pantries got tons and tons and tons of apples. over like a month span. I don't understand why we're not doing that more to just feed everyone. It doesn't have to be the gourmet, A5 Wagyu beef.
Because
high protein.
it's because of what I just said. And by the way, your prison example kind of falls short, because in prison, they provide you with housing, they provide you with bedding, they provide you with food, they provide you with, it's a terrible level of it. It's not great, but they provide you with health care. Hold on. They provide you with health care. None of that stuff is a right. You don't get that when you're out, because you're in their custody is why you get that. Did I lose you, Sherbert? Okay, apparently my caller dropped. We're moving on. By the way, tap the screen. This is kind of what happens in real time, but nevertheless, a live show does that. Tap the screen. Sherbert's always welcome back. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 25,000. We can make that happen. Smash that like button if you happen to be watching on YouTube or Instagram as well. Ask yourself, why were underage girls working at Trump's spa, and why did Trump get mad at Epstein? That's one hell of a fucking question, Rod. I don't know why that's not part of today's show. It probably will be in the future, because that's the first thing I said is that listen, here's the way I would frame that. I'm not going to get too deep into Epstein unless it comes up. I always enjoy talking to you folks about whatever you want to speak on. So if Epstein comes up, I'll certainly answer in kind. But today's show's not about Epstein. But in regards to that whole statement Trump made, first thing I'm doing is looking at it as if I'm some sort of solicitor or counsel. Appreciate those ears. Somebody's putting up there. Thank you there, gangsta grandma. Appreciate that. First thing I'm thinking of is, like a lawyer or solicitor or counselor, who the fuck is letting him speak? Why would you let this guy go out and make a statement that you were angry that he took underage girls, that a known child rapist took underage girls from you, and you were angry about it? And we know who the guy is. The guy is like public enemy number one, even while deceased. Why would you make that fucking statement? Every lawyer watching that had to say, who the hell is overseeing this guy? I'm not defending Trump. I'm not criticizing him on this one. I'm just wondering, who the hell is your handler that let you make that statement while everybody is suspicious of what went on between you and Epstein, where you are now openly admitting to the public that underage girls went back and forth between you two? Why would nobody stop Trump from making that statement? I don't want to hear folks defending or I just want to say, does that not look incredibly bad for the president to do something like that? Why would you make that statement? At some point, I would rather not talk about this needs to come out of his mouth. God damn, that's bad. I mean, Jesus. I mean, and you admit that they're underage, and then he hesitated. He actually hesitated because it's like, well, everybody knew. No, everybody did know. And not only that, you're not talking about folks who were doing lawn care or folks who were maybe cleaning up the guest house. You're talking about girls who were working at a spa. So they're interacting with you directly. He took girls that were working at a spa from you. Why would somebody let him say that? That's all. I didn't even want to chastise him on how bad it makes him look. I just was wondering, like, who the hell would let him make a statement like that? It's not officially, criminalizing him, but damn, does it not take us down that road? The guy took underage girls you had working in your spa from you, and you were mad about it. And we know what he did with underage girls. Wow. Anyway, let me continue on with the program. I can't believe his attorneys or his handlers would let him say something like that. I mean, I would have been immediately like, sir, can we come in the back? Like, sir, Jesus Christ. Looking in the comments. Yes, they were working on their cosmetology credits for high school. Yeah, go ahead and clean that shit up. They were working for, who works for the president or somebody like Epstein? They were working on their cosmetology credits for high school. I love it. I love it. So tap the screen. Let me go back to the box. Wow. I don't understand it. I just do not. Continue on the program. Gangsta Grandma. Welcome to the show.
You like your balls, girly pop?
Do I like my? Yes. That's what that was. That was that. Is that what that was about?
Yeah, you a ball because you're a girly pop.
Oh,
No,
my.
fluffing for that white team man. Oh, the economy is so good. No. It's really not.
The economists are saying the economy is good right now.
Well, they don't pay the tomato prices like I do. They don't pay the avocado prices like I do. It's hurting the small businesses. So shut your ass up and quit being a white team man with your Bowie looking ass, girly pop.
Why the hell does me echoing that Trump's economy is doing better than
It's
expected?
not. Actually, it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not good.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not that good. I want Biden's economy. You know what? Biden's economy, we was making money. We didn't have to worry about that fucking tariff. And they're gonna hit us bad after Friday.
I couldn't even
You
afford.
think it's going-
Okay,
you
let
think
me
it's gonna be bad
since you gonna put me on the other side, I'm gonna take the other side for the remainder of this conversation.
Oh, and I'm gonna choke
I
you the
couldn't
fuck
even
out.
afford a fucking omelet under Biden's economy.
Well, then you better get you a better job. How about that?
How about a better
And it wasn't
president?
and it wasn't because of Biden that the chickens got the flu.
How about instead of a better job? Instead of a better job, how about instead of a better job, how about a better president?
Oh, he's a good president. Biden never did what the fuck he's doing now. You got a racist triple K in fucking office, and you're over here going, oh, he's doing so good. No, he's not. Tell me where the fuck he's doing good at. When he's laying off every fucking body, he's just doing away with the education system. Like, we really do need that because half the motherfuckers are dumbasses.
How about the fact that he's doing away with all the illegal immigrants that are coming in this country that we don't even know who the hell they are?
Who's gonna do the job? Your black ass is. Like he said, they're taking your job. Did he not say that? Or Mexicans are taking black jobs. What does he mean by that?
Taking my job. Did you see what happened to Lincoln Riley? They may take a lot more than my job.
Oh my God! Fuck you and Rick and Lively. Yeah, that motherfucker. You know what? Well, how about the other people? How about the white team man shooting up ours, peeing up our damn schools? Huh? All the ones at the damn churches and stuff. Where's your hatred there, huh?
It ain't about hatred. It's about making the country safe.
You know what's safe? Get the fucking Triple K out the fucking office. You know what's safe? Get the pedo out of the fucking office. Oh, no little girl is safe with the pedo in the fucking office.
What evidence do you have that the Triple K is in the White House? With Biden saying, vote for me, you ain't black? Biden telling...
You're really on your knees, aren't you? You're gagging, aren't you? You're gagging, aren't you? Huh, Tim? You're gagging, huh? Like that, huh? You bobbing?
Listen, you wanted to trade jobs. This is what you came up for, right?
No, you are bobbing. Oh, so hard on his little dang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. This little mini banana.
It ain't about bobbing, it's about logic.
Meat.
It's about
logic. You like
logic.
that uncooked ass meat, don't you? You like that uncooked ass meat, don't you? Yeah, you like that protein all over you. Because you think he's going to trade your black ass, huh? You got me fucked up.
I'm just...
I can't be like you. I seriously cannot. I cannot be like you. I can't be a fucking Fifi and a girly pop and thinking it's all like he's all girly and you know what I mean, like he's all that and a bowl of cherries when this motherfucker don't like us.
You can't be a man that's happy to have a secure border and a decent economy. You can't be like me, huh?
How is the damn border secure? How is it? You don't even live by the damn border. It's not closed, girly pop. It's never been closed.
Most secure border in U.S. history.
No, it's not. It's not. And guess what? They're still walking across. And guess what?
Ain't nobody walking. Let me tell you something. Not only do I disagree that people still walking across the border, at this point I gotta ask why the hell would they want to? Ain't nobody walking across that border.
The only crossings they get is the ones they catch.
But
there's 10 more they don't catch.
Most secure border in U.S. history.
You're stupid to believe that it's fucking secure, Tim. You're very fucking stupid if you believe it's fucking secure.
Hold on.
And it can't be closed, Tim. It's against the Constitution. Don't you know the fucking Constitution, Tim? It cannot be fucking closed. And what he's doing is not letting them come over and claim, what is that called? Claim,
asylum.
asylum. And he's doing that against the fucking law. They're supposed to legally come over here and they claim it.
Okay, in regards to the secure border, the U.S. has actually taken a patch of land between Mexico and the United States and deemed it a military zone. So to enter America illegally means you're officially crossing a military base. You can be arrested immediately and pay the price. The border is secure more than it's ever been in U.S. history.
No, it's not, Tim. That's why you fucking, golly, you're so up it. Oh my God. You're like, he really fucking you in the ass with all kind of everything. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask it to you this way. Do you
Really
think
not.
the border is any more secure under Trump than it was under Biden?
It's the same. Only thing that's a difference is that he's not letting them claim asylum anymore. That's what he's doing. That's all. They cannot close the damn border.
So you're telling
Biden
me.
did try to close the border. Biden did, and they said it was unconstitutional.
So you're
Yeah,
telling.
you're gonna say you don't like Biden, but let me tell you something. Your black ass was safer under Biden than he is right now. Okay?
Okay, so you're.
Pardon me, it was a hell of a lot better under Biden.
I don't think most Americans agree with that at all. So you're telling me that if a coyote, hold on, you're telling me that if a coyote tried to help smuggle an immigrant in this country, it was no easier to do it under Biden than it is under Trump.
It's the same. I mean, you really don't know the border. You've never lived by the border. So you really, the ones that's like, oh my God, the border's so secure. You don't even live by the fucking border. How the fuck do you know? I live by the damn border. I know.
I know what you're saying is not true, gangster. I know.
It is true.
No, it's not.
Only thing he's doing is not letting him claim asylum. And he's breaking the fucking law. He's breaking the fucking law. What the hell are you talking about, Willis?
You're telling me all of those military. You're telling me all that military personnel that's down there is not making the border any more secure than Biden, where there was no wall, no military under Biden. All that's up under Trump, and it's providing no security.
It was military under Biden. It was the Mexican military, you dipshit. Then he thought, this is how stupid the fucking clown is. He said, oh, we got Mexico to put 10,000 more. No, bitch, they've been down there.
All right, so adding our military to the border didn't add any security at all.
I mean, Tim, it's still the same. It's the border.
Building a wall.
Where's all the military? Where's the white border at? Up in Canada.
Building a wall, putting concertina, razor wire. None of that made it any more secure at all, huh?
Really not, Tim. It's really not. You don't know the border. If you haven't never been to the border, shut the fuck up and quit talking about it. Because I've been to the border.
Okay.
It wasn't crazy like, see how people making it sound, oh my God, there's so many people come. No, it really wasn't.
Did you not see all the video footage of people coming in the country? I don't understand where you're getting this stuff from.
It wasn't as bad as people are making it out to be.
I think it was much worse.
No, it really wasn't, but Tim, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. People made it out to be, oh my God, they're flooding it. Millions of people. No, bitch, they really wasn't. Not like you think it was. And then the people that really wanted to come, see, everybody bitches about, oh, let's have a secure borders and everything else. United States fucked their damn countries up. Well, why can't the motherfuckers come over here? Why can't they come over here? When us went over there and destroyed Haiti, destroyed South America, they destroyed it. But when they come over here trying to help, trying to get better shit, oh no, don't let them in. Go fuck yourselves, all to the white tea people. Go fuck yourselves. Oh, hate. All they voted for that motherfucker was for hate. So they didn't vote for a price of eggs. They didn't vote for the beef. They didn't vote for the cheese. They voted because they don't like us.
Josh Vip says you have great patience. Thank you, Josh. So are you saying that if anybody wants to come here, they should be allowed in?
If they get vetted and they want to make things, yeah. What the fuck? We destroyed the countries. Haiti. Do you know Haiti was the very first? Haiti was a free country before we was.
Yeah.
And they had it good. United States fucked it up.
Yeah, but
They fucked it up.
But how do you respond to someone who might say our influence in Haiti ended long ago? How long do they get to straighten their lives, straighten their country back up?
Why can't the United States help them? They fucked it up in the first place. And when the Haitians are not, the illegals are not doing, the undocumented are not doing the most crime. It's us.
Well,
You guys blame on, they're going through the ports with the D. No, honey, it's us doing it.
How you gonna
They're
say,
not stupid.
How you gonna say the immigrants are not committing crimes? I heard they're actually eating people's pets in Ohio.
Hey, oh my fucking God. I'm about to come through the fucking ghost dad and choke you the fuck out. I swear to God. Are you fucking serious?
I heard the president say it.
That's the president. The racist ass Triple K.
You really don't
I'm
like
so done with you trying to kiss that motherfucker's ass. Oh, the economy is good. No, it's really not. Because you're not paying the flats of tomatoes and shit that I'm paying for. The beef is like, what, $10 a pound now?
I mean, the price is...
It's going up. And after Brazil gets the thing on the first, it's going to go through the fucking roof.
So how about the notion that when you're talking about the economy, the price of gas right now is not that bad at all?
Mine is almost $4 a gallon. What are you talking about?
What was it under Biden?
3 something.
You telling me gas under Trump for you have went up under?
Yeah, it's up. It's not down. Unless you put the cheap shit in. I can't. I put 88. I put top tier mine. My baby gets the best.
Okay.
88 and above. So I pay it. But let me tell you, I'd rather pay for more gas. I'd rather have Biden than this bitch in office. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know that's bitch. You realize how disrespectful you were to the commander in chief?
I don't give a fuck. You know how disrespectful he is to us? Saying that we're eating cats and dogs. Saying that, Africa's a shithole. When bitch can't even go to fucking Africa.
Is that
What the fuck, man? You're like bent over, huh? You like that protein, don't you?
What? Gotta be accused of
Cooked ass protein in your mouth.
What does that got to do with any of this? I'm giving the man credit.
Because you're fluffing.
Let me ask you this.
It's the fucking truth and you know it.
Let me ask you a simple question. If Trump does do something, I know you don't think he's done anything. I get it. But if he does do something that benefits America, would you give him credit for it?
Hallelujah. Make him go to the fucking light. 3 Big Macs. Take him out.
Wait.
Shut the fuck up.
Repeat that. I had a call coming. What did you just say?
If he goes to the fucking light, hallelujah, I'll drink some champagne.
If he goes to the light, you would drink champagne.
Yeah. Let the angel of death bring his damn ass.
So you have nothing but ill will for our president.
He ain't my president. I didn't vote for him. I voted for the black woman. I voted for the one that puts idiots like him in the penitentiary. I voted for her. I didn't vote for the pedophile, the pedo.
You don't have any evidence of that. You're making all these.
Okay, let me tell you something. That's how dumb you fucking are. That's how dumb you are, Tim. You're not street smart. A guilty man will go beyond and try not to do anything, right? The sicko that on a so-called unalive itself, okay? And there's a minute missing from that video. A whole minute.
I'm not arguing that some things don't look right, such as him saying
Look at this fucking fool. Fucking Jeremy. She's not black, she's Indian. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Kiss my black ass.
I'm not arguing that some of the things, some of the circumstances surrounding Trump and Epstein, I'm not arguing it doesn't look right. But you can't just jump and call the guy a pedo. You can't just do that.
When that motherfucker got on the witness thing, right? And he was in the thing, taking his affidavit, and they asked him, and he pled the fifth. Why would he plead the fifth if he wasn't in it? Why would he plead the fifth?
The same reason Hillary Clinton pled the fifth. Maybe it's not in their best interest to come out.
No, Biden, not like he said. You plead the fifth, you're guilty. Yeah. And he won't do, and he will not, but he won't. You know why? He ran on this shit all the time. We're gonna release. And then, what does the fuck this bitch say? I'm not black, bitch. Go see my dad.
Okay.
My dad's darker than him.
I'm gonna go ahead and move it on because you're.
Okay, no, hold on.
Real quick, go ahead. I'll let you wrap it up.
Let me tell you something. He said it, Tim. He will go and he will release the files. Then when they went out in May and they told him that he was on it, all of a sudden, it's not. It's not on it, Tim. He's not. It's a fraud. He blamed everybody. He did it all. Come on, Tim. Can you stop sucking on him and quit drinking his fucking uncooked fucking protein? Gross. And look at the fucking facts.
All right, Gangsta, you forced me to be on the other side of this. I got to move it on. Thanks for coming through. Listen, we can see both sides of an issue. Sometimes we do put on the devil's advocate hat. I think she kind of brought it out in me. You'll probably hear opinions that are just the opposite of that coming up. But nevertheless, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about thou, Thou. We can certainly make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. I ask that you tap the screen, get the likes on up on TikTok. If you happen to be watching on Instagram or YouTube, feel free to smash that like button as well. Danielle Castro, I'm assuming no relation to Fidel, says Cali charges 69 cents a gallon tax. Other liberal states do too. That is true. That is true. I used to be an over-the-road driver, and the most expensive fuel, California, my home state of Illinois, or, in the Chicago area, fuel is very expensive. Pennsylvania went for Trump this time, though, didn't it? So Pennsylvania, I think, is a red state now, but Pennsylvania has really expensive fuel. And then, of course, in the New England states, New York and Jersey and all that shit, the price, and all that's liberal. So in taxes, you're right, Daniel Castro, taxes play a large portion in why you pay so much at the pump. Taxes do play a part in that. But as an over-the-road driver, I've been in all of the lower 48 states. And I was going to say that to my last caller. She was hammering me so hard. I believe in free speech, so we let them speak. But I have been to the border. And while she was talking, I was trying to bring up the phone, because I got photos. I actually, not only did I go to the border and take photos in front of the wall and all of that shit, this was during Trump's first term. I actually interviewed some border patrol agents down there. Got 5 of them in a circle, and they talked to me. I was on the Rio Grande just sitting there looking at all of the equipment you could see during the time, the technology. They got all kinds of shit on poles, white little blimps that fly around. This was back then. I'm sure it's a whole lot more now since Trump has allocated much more money. But anyway, 2 border agents walked up to me because I was in the middle of nowhere on the Rio Grande. I wasn't in a heavily populated area. And they walked up to me, and I just started talking to them. And I was like, let me ask you a question. I was like, do we really need a wall? Now, all of these folks had on nameplates. This was back when they would identify themselves, and nobody was wearing masks back in this day. And they all had on names that sounded Hispanic, like yours, Castro, those type of names. And we talked for about 30 minutes. They wouldn't let me film it, which I understand. It was like, no, we can't let you record it. But they admitted the wall was needed. And they started going down a laundry list of reasons why an unsecured border is not good for the country and it's hurting them from doing their jobs. And this was during Trump's first administration. They were favoring what he was talking about. So I'm assuming none of them voted for Biden. Anyway, looking in the comments, continuing on, how will you prove yourself American without a trial? Wow, that's hard. That's gonna be a tough one. And before I take the next caller, that's one reason why, even though a lot of my MAGA side of the aisle does not believe an illegal immigrant should have due process, that's why I vehemently am against that. Because if they grab any of us, I'm talking to my MAGA folks too. Doesn't matter what your skin color is or what your political affiliation is, what your gender is, or any of that shit. If they grab you, detain you, and tell the public you are an illegal immigrant, you do not get the right to show up in court and say you're wrong. So without due process, it frees up a lot of room to detain people, to incarcerate people. Maybe, let's say, for instance, you got somebody that won't talk to police and they need their cooperation during an investigation. Or you think the person is about to do something bad or has done something bad, but you can't exactly pin any crime on them. Well, just say they're an illegal immigrant and throw them in jail for 48 hours, 72 hours. And let them go. They don't get due process. I mean, you see where all the angles where this could go? I mean, you pretty much are giving the government the right to just detain people for whatever reason they want to fill in the blank for. Just say he's an illegal immigrant. You don't even get a lawyer if you say that. And then we can say in 48 hours, you can say you found out he's legal, and then you can let him talk to counsel or whatever. That'll hold him and get him out of the way while we conduct this investigation and do whatever else we want to do. You've kind of given the government the right to hold people. Anyway, looking in the comments, fuck helping them when we don't help our own people. Let's help our own people. I cannot pronounce the name there, Droid, but I will say this, and I'll go to the box after this. Tap the screen, by the way. I need to get 20,000. We'll take the next caller at 20,000. You certainly can tap the screen, get the likes on up. The whole notion of fuck helping immigrants and, Ukrainians and USAID and all these other people, we need to help our own people. Look, I can see a ruse. I can detect a ruse when I hear one. And to me, that's a ruse. That's a whole, what do they call it? A shell game or whatever. When you move the shells around and you hide the ball underneath. Let's just be clear. Any way where we talk about helping out Americans, it's going to be viewed as socialism. And you're not going to want to do that. So if you stop helping if you get rid of USAID, which I believe we've done, you stop sending money to the Ukraine, which I believe we've done because now Trump is making NATO pay for those weapons. So we're not helping the Ukrainians. We're getting the illegal immigrants out that we've stated that the illegal immigrants are a drain on our system as well, on entitlements and all these social programs. So we're getting them out of the country. But have you heard any inclination that we're going to do for ourselves? Has he said anything? Now that he's freed up all this money that was going to the Ukraine, that was going to USAID, that is going to the immigrants. Have you heard him talking about doing anything for the homeless? No, he's going to lock them up too. He's now talking about having a right to take homeless off the street and forcibly incarcerate them. So while I agree that it's a good idea to take care of Americans, I don't think that's going to happen. We're not going to forgive anybody's student loans. We're not going to improve your chances if you need to get welfare or housing assistance. We're even getting rid of free lunch programs in schools. Where is the part about taking care of Americans coming in? We're doing less for them too. Even the folks who go to work every damn day are being told, no, we're not going to increase your wages either. So I can sense a ruse when I see one. If you don't want to help the immigrants, which a lot of people don't, you don't want money going to USAID, which a lot of people don't, you don't want to be sending weapons to the Ukraine, a lot of people don't, just come out and say that. All this shit about taking care of Americans first, that ain't going to happen because people are going to start yelling socialism when you start talking about doing that. None of that's going to happen. It is 100% tax deduction for donations to aid people. Yeah, okay. It's not a lot of people that want to do that though. There's not a lot of Americans that want to assist people that are downtrodden and then claim it on their taxes later. It's not enough people that's going to want to do that. There was a time in America where you didn't have social programs like welfare and food stamps. And there was not a lot of people doing that. It was not enough by any means at all. Host will be eating his words. Robert Kennedy, let me know what words I'll be eating. It does happen, by the way. As I said, I'm no know-it-all. I enjoy talking to you folks as well. To prove guilt or criminality, you get a trial no matter what. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ever giving the government the right to do anything to anybody without that person getting a chance to have their day in court. There's so many avenues where it could go wrong. So many avenues. I mean, there are cops that have been caught for rape, for instance. If the woman don't get any say-so in court or anything else, you can have fun with her. I mean, it's not like she's going to be able to talk to anybody. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, so I don't believe anybody should be silenced and not get their day in court because there's just too many law enforcement officials that are corrupt. And if you give them this, I mean, how many folks have been caught taking money from drug dealers and shit like that? I don't know. I don't favor it. I mean, I can see where cops would abuse that. Law enforcement would abuse that. The system would abuse that right away. Why is all your stuff backwards? It's not backwards on TikTok. I don't know how to mirror the screen on YouTube, so I do apologize for that. I've been trying to figure that out for quite a while. SGB72 says America first equals certain Americans first. Wow. So it's not actually all Americans first. He's saying that by saying America first, it's only going to refer to certain people. Ooh. Tap the screen. Like I said, we'll take the next call at 20,000. A deportation order is duly processed. I'm fine with a deportation order being duly processed. I'm not fine with the person being deported not having a voice. That's the problem where I have an issue with, because we don't know what's going on with the person that's sitting waiting to be deported. Let me at least hear what he has to say. Am I 100% certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that our government would not lie and say the person needing to be deported is a bad guy that's in here illegally when that may not be true? Is it possible that at all that our government may lie? I'll leave it up to you. But you've already heard President Trump stating that he would like to deport American citizens. So if he's already saying he would like to deport American citizens, why would anyone ever believe that they would never deport American citizens? The guy who is the head of this is saying he wants to do that. So I do believe in due process. You don't know who the hell they may be holding that you're keeping quiet. We're getting close to 20,000. Want to take the next caller soon. You're probably using OBS. Just right click it. Yeah, I'm using YouTube on a tablet. It'll let you do it. So there's no right clicking for what you're talking about. Explanation on Donald Trump pardoning Giselle Maxwell. I think that he's going to. I think that it's likely that Maxwell is going to get pardoned, and she's going to exonerate Trump. I mean, because if I'm the guy that ultimately decides if you get pardoned or not, I need to know what you're going to say, and I need to be damn sure it ain't going to hurt me at all. Otherwise, I'm not going to pardon you. If they won't tell me what you're going to say, or if you're going to say some shit that's going to hurt me, then I'm not going to participate in the pardon. The only way Trump is going to pardon her is he already knows what's going to be said, and he knows it's not going to hurt him. So if you hear him stating, well, we're just going to let her talk, I haven't really been paying attention to it, he's lying to you. Because none of you watching right now, if you're in Trump's position where you could pardon this person, would just do it without knowing what the fuck she's going to say. And considering how much Trump and Epstein has been buddy-buddy, even if Trump ain't did anything illegal, he's been around Epstein so damn much that she can still just say something that's true that makes him look bad. So I need to know what she's going to say, and I want my lawyers to check it out. So if he tells you he ain't been paying attention to it, he's lying to you. He knows exactly what's going to come out of her mouth. And you would too if you had the right to pardon her. Don't act like Donald Trump is transparent. He quoted, I haven't even thought about it, but I could. That means yes, he's thought about it. And I don't ever believe that Trump hasn't been thinking about or following the Epstein trial. That makes no sense at all. That makes no sense at all. You're all over it. I mean, yeah, he's 100% following it. There's a reason why she got interviewed by his former lawyer. Out of everybody he could have found, he found somebody that was his own lawyer. So yeah, that part he's clearly not being honest about. Anyway, looking in the comments here before we take the next caller, and I'm trying to find my damn spectacles. We're also talking about, earlier I asked in the program, we're almost at 20,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up. I asked a question that many on my right side do not like, and I'm going to go back to it because I got such negative feedback. The question had been asked of me, which was, once Trump has gotten rid of the illegal immigrants and the undocumented, will he start deporting black people? I had somebody ask me that, kind of touched me that would even be asked. And my response was simple. I don't know how I'm going to answer it. Now, we talked about this. We had a lot of Dencal. Appreciate that. Thanks for the love, Dencal. Now, I responded by saying I didn't know how to answer that question either way. I'm not for certain Trump's going to start deporting black people. I'm not for certain he's not going to do it. And I've played you several clips already because my MAGA side thought I was race baiting and full of shit by saying I didn't know whether he's going to do it or not. Gangsta grandma. Thank you. That makes me feel a little bad after what you just did. But yeah, so when I said I don't know if he's going to do it or not, my MAGA side of the aisle tore me up on YouTube, which is why I'm having a follow-up video. We're talking about it now. And my whole follow-up is Trump has been talking about deporting American citizens a lot over the last few months. A lot. Is it, considering how much he's talking about deporting American citizens and even taking away the citizenship of Rosie O'Donnell, is it really that much of a stretch to say, well, no, it'll never happen to black people, though? Does that make any sense? Like I said, I'm not for sure which answer to give. Going to the box, we'll start it out. The one and only Dencal. Good evening, Dencal. Welcome to the program. Now, I got hammered from this. Is it wrong? Am I sounding crazy to suggest I don't know what the answer to that question is?
No, I mean, we're kind of watching the evolution of the things he's doing happen, and why would we? I mean, we've already kind of admitted that all of them things that we kept saying during his first term, we were saying he couldn't do, he wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing them. He's doing them all.
Well.
He's doing them all without a much. He's got nobody around him now to challenge him. He doesn't have any of the people that had any kind of moral compass anymore. He's got sycophants.
But wait. Let me interrupt you and ask you this, because in regards to the notion that Trump might even consider pardoning or deporting black people, Johnny 11 in the comments said MAGA would not allow that. Do you feel? Can you see maybe that if he did start targeting black people, MAGA might speak up in your defense?
Look, the vast majority of MAGA is not speaking up when we have clear evidence that he's been involved with pedos. Like, they're not going to disagree with trying to remove people of color. Like, what? A lot of them wanted to do that before we even mentioned it. MAGA, it's a bunch of MAGA that'll be fine. It's people all over social media coming out, as videos everywhere of these people coming out of the shadows saying what they really feel.
Wow. And I see in the comments, Daniel Castro says, as a person of color, hell yeah, real crazy, you're safe. Now, some folks are saying that, this would never happen. So, and like I said, I'm not saying he would, but I do agree with you. There are some MAGA that would love to see the country. I mean, if you got folks that are okay with a whites-only town, clearly they would not have a problem with black people getting
Exactly. And it's crazy that we have to go back and forth with these people as he's doing the stuff that they never thought, that they said he wouldn't do.
Yeah.
Like when we said he's not going after criminals, he's going to be going after everybody that's got a brown hue to their skin. They said, no, he wouldn't do that. It's get the criminals. We got to get those rapists and murderers out of here. And now they got grandma hemmed up in a chokehold with, some this mask 6'4" guy with just police across his chest, and they ain't saying a damn word about it.
And that's my concern, is that he's doing things that are unconstitutional, and the pushback is not that great, such as me playing the videos earlier of him talking about sending violent, homegrown criminals to El Salvador, and then Caroline Leavitt is up there saying that, yeah, he has looked into doing this and what legalities, and then, of course, him following up and saying it again, and also threatening to take away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, which is clearly unconstitutional as well. Rosie O'Donnell doesn't have a criminal history or anything. She was born in America. The only thing she's done wrong is criticize him, and that's enough for him to talk about taking away citizenship. So what leaves me baffled is, why are people saying, if he'll do it to Rosie O'Donnell, but there's no way he would fuck with black people? How could you feel confident about that?
I mean, they can't, but the thing is, the people that are answering that question are really indifferent. They don't give a shit if he do or not. It just kind of sounds good to say, no, he would never do that. If we would have told them before that they was going to be, all of the people that kept saying you got to come in the right way. We love immigration. And then if I would have told them at that time, they going to be standing at immigration court.
Yeah.
Rounding folks up when they come out of their meeting to get citizenship, just denying them all due process and sending them some fucking camp somewhere. You're just you're fear-mongering.
Fear-mongering. You would absolutely get fear-mongering. Like I'll play it real quick because this is in regards to what we're talking about. But this is Trump during the whole El Salvador conflict or saga, that story. What he said, and this is in regards to deporting actual American citizens. If my damn equipment, well, it may not be the play because some reason it won't play.
I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but
if you had said a year ago that if you elect Trump in November, he's going to start sending American criminals to other countries, I agree with you. You would have been told you're fear-mongering. As one of my viewers said, don't worry about it, you're safe. No, there's no way in hell anybody on the MAGA side of the aisle would have predicted Trump was going to say something like this. Nevertheless, here we are. So that's why I'm saying I can't answer the question of whether he'll deport black people confidently either way, because I would have never predicted he was going to be talking like this. And here he is saying that stuff.
I guarantee you this. We can debate about whether he would deport black people, but let's just keep in mind, once he gets what he wants with these Haitians, they will be deporting black people. Yeah. And when they go to enforce trying to round up 500,000 Haitians, I could guarantee you it's going to be some black people wrapped up in that shit.
Yeah.
So we can stop having the debate about whether he's going to deport black people. He's going to deport black people.
And
I see Johnny in the comments is talking about they suppose that the courts are supposed to work with ICE. No, they are not. Immigration is an executive branch function. The state governments don't have any responsibility because they don't have funding for immigration, and it's in the Constitution. That is strictly a federal job.
But I gotta push back a little bit, as Gacy Grandma might say I'm fluffing here, but to me, if you are caught and you're in the country illegally, let's say you're caught robbing a store, or even if you're caught speeding or whatever, and the beat cop knows you're in the country illegally, it does seem like they would hold you for ICE. I mean, you're letting go somebody who is. It does seem like you should be held.
I hear what you're saying, but the problem with that is before Trump and his executive orders and everything, being here in the country without proper immigration papers was a misdemeanor. Every police station is not going to hold every damn person that comes in that gets arrested or has an interaction with the police because they find out that your papers are not 100% straight.
But then that's where Trump comes in handy and probably gets a little bit of credit, because a lot of people believe it should be more than a misdemeanor. It should be a felony.
Believing in what the Constitution and the law says is two different things. We can have a conversation about whether it should be or shouldn't be, but those are things are handled through the court system. I mean, through legislative branch, which we would have had something with Biden, his plan, which would have designated and narrowed down the legal definitions and all of that stuff that was in that package that Trump said he did not want.
Well,
all that stuff was in there.
With almost 3.5, a little bit less than 3.5 years left of Trump, you may end up getting it. By the time Trump is out of office, it may be a felony, or it may carry automatic prison time if you're caught entering the country illegally, because a misdemeanor is pretty fucking light for entering somebody's nation illegally. Now, I want you to hear this comment, though. This is Gen X fuck around and find out. He doesn't disappoint. He says, you know why Trump will never ship out black people? White folks aren't that lucky. How do you respond to that?
I won't.
No. So he's suggesting that if you kick out black people, that would make whites feel quite lucky. How do you even, I mean, like, what is he trying to say? Is I guess I'm thinking, what is he trying to actually convey?
We know what he's trying to convey, and I won't even you know what I'm saying.
You won't dignify it with an answer.
That's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that he thinks is banter and stuff. But you know that's like telling making a joke about Epstein to an actual rape victim. Like that shit ain't funny to black people who have been treated so unfairly throughout the history of this country for a white person to come up here and say that they couldn't be so lucky, like they would be thriving in this country without black people, because it would probably be a collapse of civilization if all people of color left this country.
Man. And speaking of this whole topic, I did a video yesterday. Apparently, there are 8 countries out there. Now, I don't know if we want to go there or not, but there's 8 countries out there that are currently offering citizenship to black people if you can show your ancestry on either side being traced back to the slave trade. They'll give you citizenship. I posted one video of Ludacris has already taken it up. The singer Sierra has taken it up in another country. So some folks are already starting to, look at other avenues.
Yeah, but those are people of means. Those are people who can afford to, to say, okay, I just go, I just go deal with a different situation until this problem is rectified.
Well, shit, but wait a minute, Denkel. If it deteriorates enough in America, that might be a better situation than what you got going on here at home.
I mean, people of means, but like who can just get up and move? Like I can, but I'm looking around, I'm like, where would I go? Like they've destroyed all ancestral ties I have. Like I would have to go look up on 23andMe to figure out what part of the world my ancestors came from.
Well, I just told you, you don't have to know exact. I'm telling you, those countries on the Ivory Coast, I think one of them was Benin. It's in between Nigeria and Ghana. I think Ghana's another one. You don't need to know which one. They're just saying if you can trace your history back to slavery, we'll take you. Several of those countries that are on the Ivory Coast, which is where this stuff came from, are saying we'll take you back. You don't need to know which one, because like I did my own 23andMe, and I had a bunch of them was in there. Hell, I even had about 2% Irish. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but most of it was Ghana. I think I had a little bit of Nigeria, a little bit of Senegal. So I had a bunch of them in there. But yeah, there's 8 countries that are available to you as an African American. Any African American that's listening right now, if you can trace any side, mom or dad, back to the slave trade, there are 8 countries currently that are, and you don't have to be from that specific one, as long as you can trace it back to your ancestry. So there's 8 countries right now offering that.
Right, I get it, but on the same token, like we having this conversation, why don't we have the conversation about the whites? Why don't we have a conversation? Look, Italy, France, Germany, all of them will accept them back. All of them people living in poverty down in West Virginia, the Appalachians, all of them poor people, and all of these
because they're not concerned America's going to get worse. They believe America's about to get better. We're about to get great again. It's the black people saying it's going to get worse. They don't need to leave.
I guess some of us believe the same thing. Some of us believe the same thing. I believe the place is going to get. I might believe the place is going to get worse, but I'm not leaving my homeland, and nobody's going to fucking push me out or give me a motherfucking free ticket some goddamn where. I'm staying right the fuck here. I done built me a small fortune here. I got family. I got kids that went through college. They working in the medical field. Like we do okay. I get on here and I banter back and forth with people, but look, I'm not complaining for myself.
Mm-hmm. So you're not going to be a Rosie O'Donnell.
No, I mean, all of those people doing is getting dual citizenship and going living somewhere else. But as long as you got American citizenship, look, they're going to talk shit about why don't people when they go somewhere else. Hell, half the goddamn Congress got dual citizenship with Israel.
Yeah.
Ain't
And that
nobody
should absolutely not be allowed. You should not be able to serve in U.S. government while having dual citizenship at all. If you're going to talk about America first, you should not be serving government at all at that level with dual citizenship.
Right? How you gonna say that somebody with dual citizenship to some other country that they not showing their patriotism or they don't love their country when the people that obviously got they not only have dual citizenship, they got dual patriotism. Like they still are having allegiance to Israel.
Yeah, you
like
got people actively on Fox and CNN that are in our government, that are actively wearing lapel pins that have the Israeli and American flag hooked together. Like, what kind of shit is that?
Right.
What kind of shit
I'm talking about they in the bastion of our damn democracy, sitting in the seat where our ancestors and the four founding fathers sat. They sitting up there with lapel pins of another country. In any legislation that comes in front of them, they like bobbleheads in that motherfucker. Every time they vote on anything Israel, they shaking their motherfucking head. Ain't no debate or nothing. Some of the people I seen one Congress lady get up there and say America is the second greatest country to Israel, and she was in our government.
Damn. And you heard Ted Cruz, what he said. The Bible says we must defend Israel. But it was Colin Kaepernick disrespecting the flag, huh? I got to move it on, Dick. I don't even know what to say, man. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate the support.
You can't make it up. And like I said, to Gen X and everybody else, we ain't going no fucking where.
All right. Wasn't that a song by P. Diddy? We ain't going nowhere, something like that. Ain't going nowhere because bad boy can't be stopped, or bad boy for life. Daniel Castro says you generalize by race and claim hate racism. You have to explain that a little bit more. You generalize by race. I think everybody does that to some degree and claim hate racism. Okay, I don't know what the last half of that means, Castro, but thank you for the input. Real quick, looking in the comments, let's say Obama took a G5 and see these conservatives. Yeah, if Obama took a jet, Obama even said that, like, if I did all this shit, Obama's been keeping a low key. He probably needs to, because at this point, Trump is damn near threatening to arrest him. Real quick, before I continue on and start taking calls, by the way, tap the screen, get us up to about 30,000. We can make that happen. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Diddy suing, what does that say? Diddy sung that to his guest. Bad Boys for Life, huh? I played this earlier in the live stream because once again, folks are suggesting you're safe if you're African American. There's no damn way in hell Trump would ever start deporting black people. That is, as one person said, is racial. You're stoking division by even bringing it up.
To follow up on immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons. Is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday with his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime, who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
So once again,
to follow up,
I'll make it clear, as I've been saying throughout the live, she makes it clear that Trump has been looking into a legal means to deport American citizens. That's his spokesperson, Carolyn Leavitt, now saying it. So the notion that when Trump said it was a joke is bullshit. She clearly ain't saying it from a joking manner. And the reason I keep bringing this up is because there's no shortage of folks in the comments. Cheese and Rice. Cheese and Rice 69 said that's the most ridiculous question I've seen so far. How can the president making it clear he wants to deport American citizens be something actually coming out of his mouth, but then folks saying he may deport black people be ridiculous, as if they're not American citizens or something? I don't get this, because I'm 100% certain that if a year ago the liberals were claiming that if you reelect Trump, he's going to talk about deporting American citizens, folks like Cheese and Rice would have been saying it was ridiculous to even think that. But here he is talking about doing it now. I just don't understand. He could say all of this, and we still get to the point, well, but if they're black people, they're not going to deport it. I mean, he's talked about taking Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. She doesn't have a criminal record at all. The only thing she's done is criticize him. And for that, he's talking about taking away her citizenship. But we're supposed to walk away from all of this, hearing them say all of this with the mindset of, but black people are safe. And that makes actual sense to some folks. That he could say all of this about taking away people's citizenship, but black people are safe, and that makes sense to them. I'm not saying he is going to take away the citizenship of black people, but based on all the stuff he's saying here, how could you feel confident that he's not? What would make you feel so confident that a guy talking about taking away the citizenship of somebody who hasn't done anything criminal, and by the way, you can't deport people who are criminals either, all of that stuff is unconstitutional. Deporting criminals, taking away Rosie O'Donnell, all of that shit's unconstitutional. Why would you feel so confident he's not going to go to black people? Somebody make it make sense. Only the most egregious, most violent repeat offenders. Meaning what? So if a person is remember the old 3 strikes laws out in California? Those were repeat offenders. The 3rd strike might be a pack of cigarettes, but they were repeat offenders. And they got life in prison. Now that happened under a liberal government, I believe. Some people are going to bring up Kamala Harris. But the fact is, if it can happen, if you can put them in prison for life, you can deport them. I don't understand why it doesn't make sense to people. I just don't understand. It will start out saying he's going to deport the. Yeah, and this is where, okay, this is the comment I'm looking for. Richard Crosby says it will start out saying he's going to deport the worst of the worst, but didn't you know some little grandma is going to get caught up, and some innocent people are going to get caught up too. That's probably the best way I could put it, is that he will start out saying he's going to deport the violent criminals, the worst of the worst, kind of the same thing about deporting rapists and murderers. And now Tom Homan is like, well, the crime is you came in the country illegally. That's good enough. That's how all of our laws start out. Remember the RICO Act was meant to go after the mob? Now they're using the shit on P. Diddy because he had sex with women? I mean, all of the stuff start out in a manner that everybody's going to agree, yeah, we need to do this. But before you know it, they're using it on American citizens. Remember George W. Bush? Right after 9/11, he came up with the Patriot Act, a great way of combating terrorism. Guess who they're using the Patriot Act on mostly now? Americans. Gangbangers, mafia type folks, American citizens. That's who they're using it on. It sounds great when it comes out. But then when it gets actual usage over time, they start morphing it to use it against you and me. So the idea that he's going to stay with deporting violent criminals, which is unconstitutional, as I keep saying, no, it's going to morph just like all the other laws in the past have. Anyway, looking in the comments, and I see somebody said Snowden exposed him. Yep, Debo, Snowden did a lot there. Who is this on Instagram? Says, I'm with Gangsta Grandma. You always seem to take the word of Trump and his people, even though you know he lies about any and everything. No, I'm admitting Trump is not always honest. I'm indicating that now about this whole there's no way he can deport black people thing that I believe it could spin and get out of control. Chris, good evening. Welcome to the program, Chris. Am I Chris? Good evening.
Yeah, I talked to you before, Tim.
Good to have you back on.
Me and you always talking to what's that guy name? Dove.
No clue. I talk to guys all day long.
He's a Republican.
Okay, that ain't saying nothing on this program. Talk to a lot of Republicans. So, what brought you on?
Okay, because I disagree with a lot of stuff you're saying, Tim. Okay. A whole lot of stuff.
Nothing wrong with that. Give me what you disagree with. Let's go down. Let's take it on. Give me what you got.
Correct, Tim.
I don't mind disagreement. Give me what you got.
Right. So you think they're going to start deporting black people, right?
No. And that's what I've said. When somebody asks me, Do I think when all the illegal immigrants are gone, if Trump would start deporting black people next? I stated I don't feel confident answering that question either way. I don't feel confident saying Trump is going to just start deporting black people. But based on what he's been saying, I don't feel confident saying he's not. That was my answer.
Okay, so the thing is, Tim, if he was to start deporting like bad criminals, just say bad criminals, like you do something really horrible. If he deport them, I wouldn't care.
Why are you saying? But the problem is, why are
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I disagree with it because have you ever heard of the Innocence Project?
No. No, I haven't heard of that. Explain that to me.
The Innocence Project is a group of law students that, to get their chops, to get experience, they often take on cases of people that are wrongfully incarcerated. Every year, they get a host of people out that had no business being in. Many of these folks have been in prison for decades for crimes they didn't commit. And to no surprise, the overwhelming majority of them people are black. There's a whole lot of people that get out of prison every year for crimes they didn't commit, and the overwhelming majority of them are black. Now, based on what you're saying, we would be trying to get them people back from foreign countries because, hey, he's a violent criminal. It's okay to send him overseas.
Okay, so where's your proof that they all were black? And where's your proof that they
all
were
innocent? I'm trying to see if I still, because I actually used to donate money to them. Hold on, let me respond to that.
Black people.
Yeah, I'm responding to that. I'm looking behind me because I got a shelf of books. I used to donate money to them, and I've read some of their books about some of their cases, and they actually give reasons for why people most likely get caught up in crimes they didn't commit. And one of them is being black and being low on the financial scale. And they talk about their cases, and they come out and say what percentage of the people they exonerate are black. It's mostly black people.
It's unfortunate that they're black, but you talking about you saying they are like locking up people that didn't do a crime. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You believe everybody in prison is guilty?
No.
Then what do you mean then?
It's probably 1% that is not guilty.
You realize how many people are incarcerated in America? 1% is hundreds, thousands of people.
That's unfortunate, but I mean, I get what you're saying.
So that's thousands of people that could be deported to another country.
At the wrong time. They got evidence, Tim.
I'm going to ask you again. Do you believe that everybody incarcerated is guilty?
No, I don't.
Okay, then. So what are you talking about? They got evidence. You're admitting some people are in there that don't belong to be in there.
Oh yeah, you hear it every year. You hear it almost every other month.
Right. So now
got released from prison and he did 40 years and he got a lawsuit and give him $1 million. You know.
Well, and by the way, the Innocence Project covers the fact that they've also passed a lot of laws, predominantly in red states, that limit the amount of recovery you can get. They put a cap on it. So if you've done 20 years in prison, there are states that have put the cap under 150,000. So you've done 20 years in prison. The most you can get is 150,000. There are states that have put a huge cap on it.
Right, because 9 out of 10, you wasn't doing anything with your life anyway. So 150,000 is a lot of money. You know, that's a lot of money. Shit. You know, it's unfortunate. No, it's not funny, bro.
I don't even have a response for that. So because you wasn't doing shit with your life, we put you in prison for 20 years. You didn't deserve to be there for this crime. You didn't commit it. But you was a high school dropout. So because you wasn't doing shit with your life anyway.
Tim, I mean, you're looking at it funny, but you got to.
It's hilarious.
Realistically, was the guy going to college? Was he, enrolled in school? Or the dude just a dropout at 16? You do
realize that somebody who may have had a fucked up life could correct it even as late as their 30s and 40s. You know how many older adults go back to school and correct their lives and shit like that?
He corrected when he got that $150,000 lawsuit.
No, people correct their lives every day. So not only do you agree with deporting criminals to foreign countries, you're okay with limiting the amount that people can get if they're wrongfully incarcerated because, well, he wasn't doing nothing with his life anyway.
Tim, if you're a violent criminal, yes, I agree with Trump. Deport. I don't care what color you is, black, white, Puerto Rican. Deport them.
Why?
Because it don't hurt us. It helps us.
How
It makes us safer. I'm talking about a violent criminal that's proven to be.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say the late Charles Manson, who was convicted of violent crimes. How would it help us to deport him somewhere else? I mean, he was housed in prison here until he died. How would America have been helped by sending him elsewhere?
Yeah, you got a point. Financially, I guess you say financially, because we don't have to pay to keep them housed.
And what about the guy's right to seek counsel? And some of these folks still have the right to talk to their family occasionally. They're going to lose all that when you send them overseas somewhere.
No, you blew that when you did that crazy stuff. You blew your rights.
So you believe a violent criminal should not have the right to counsel?
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're doing something really violent, you need to get up out of here, bro. You need to get up out of here. And then why did you do that? Number one, you know what I'm saying?
But you do understand the only way you could ever prove your innocence is having right to counsel. So if you get convicted of a crime and you know you didn't do it, and they deport you. And as you say, you should have thought about having a right to counsel before you committed the crime. Then basically they're going to send your ass away and you'll never be to talk to your lawyer again. You agree with that?
That's the problem with USA, because we give too many breaks to these violent people. You give too many breaks, and that's why it's been 100 years of this crime, because too many rights. You got too many rights.
You do understand that every free country on earth does this as well, right?
Tim, I see you still in a candy bar at a store because you're hungry. But when you out there doing violent crime against your other citizens, you got to go, bro. You got to go. Mentally, a lot of times they have a mental issue, and I get that, But
I don't see a person is committing violent crimes. Your phrase "you gotta go" could be in an American prison. I don't see why they need to be sent to a foreign country. Is the point I'm making?
Send them over there.
Why?
Send them over there. I mean, yeah, they don't have to send them to a foreign country, but why should we keep paying for these criminals?
Well, when you send them to a foreign country, you're gonna have to. You still gonna. Anytime you incarcerate somebody, even if you send them overseas, the ones we sent to El Salvador, we're paying them to hold those people. You still got to pay for them. Our tax dollars is going to Bukele, the leader of El Salvador right now. You're still paying people for it. They're not going to take. Do you think some foreign country is going to just tell America, send us all your worst people and we'll just house them for free?
No, I get it.
Yeah.
It's probably going to cost extra. It's probably going to cost more to actually send them to a foreign country. It's probably going to cost.
Then why the hell you agreeing with it?
Get them away from us. When they get out, they can't get out.
That's why they're in prison.
Lots of time, Tim. You let these criminals. I have a personal experience, and I'm not going to go into that, and I'm not going to put this guy on blast, but a personal experience where someone did a bad crime and he was released, and you know what? He got out. You know what? He did another crime. I can't deal with that. Bro, you have a mental issue or some shit. I don't know what it is, but
you do realize that the person may get out in a foreign country and offend people over there too. But you don't care about them?
Okay, no, all right. Wow, that's pushback.
Pushback. Think about what you just said. You're concerned. You didn't want to go into what you had an experience with. Somebody committed a bad crime and they got out and reoffended. Okay, what if they get out in El Salvador and reoffend? The same shit could happen. Do you not care about the El Salvadorians?
Right. Don't let them out.
You can do that here. Why do you need to send them overseas?
Yeah, but we got to pay for it.
You got to pay for it no matter where it's done at.
We not paying for it if it's in El Salvador.
So you believe we sent some of the worst criminals to El Salvador and they said, cool, just send us your worst people. Don't send us your best and brightest, as Trump say. Send us your rapists and murderers. We'll just house them for free. You believe they're doing that? Take your time.
Hold on, I see what you're saying. So what you trying to say is keep them here.
What I'm trying to say is you gonna pay for these motherfuckers. What I'm trying to say is you gonna pay to house these motherfuckers no matter where they at. Ain't no country gonna say, feel free to deport your worst citizens to my country. You would gladly take them from. Why the hell would somebody say that?
I'm gonna push back because I know what you're trying to get at. You trying to get at that if we house our Americans here, American criminals, they can have their family see them. That's what you said.
No, I'm trying to say I don't see how it benefits. I don't see how it benefits America at all to deport bad people. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, that makes sense.
Then why are you for it?
It sounds good. It sounds good.
How many of these fucking red hats you got? I gotta move it on. I appreciate you coming through, Chris. Good talk. You're always welcome back, man. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Spirited debate. SGB72 says there is plenty of people sitting in prison that hasn't had a court date yet. 100%. 100% true. Not to mention the county jails. Lots of people you can spend about 3 years in county jail, just up to about 3 years in county jail, just waiting for your case or your trial to begin. So if you're locked up for a major crime and you're in county jail while you and your public pretender or public defender, I think they call them, I call them public pretenders, while they're trying to put your case together, you get no bail or whatever like P. Diddy got. P. Diddy's a perfect example. I mean, he spent a lot of time in jail before they found him guilty. I mean, he was in jail for about a year or more. If he had been found not guilty of all 5 crimes he was charged with, he still loses a year of his life, even though he would officially have no criminal history at all. Think about that. That happens to a lot of actual Americans that cannot afford a high-priced lawyer. You spend 1, 2, 3 years in county waiting for your public appointed, your court appointed lawyer to put your case together. And so your trial comes up in a year or two. And let's say you actually beat the case and you get free. You've lost a year or two of your life. They don't give you nothing for that. Nothing. You've lost your job. You've probably lost your car. You certainly lost your residence. If you had a girlfriend or a wife, you may have lost them. You lose all of that. While sitting in the county. You lose all of that shit. And when you come out, you got to start all over, even though you have no criminal history. People beat cases like that every single day and go through that. But they've spent 6 months, a year, up to 2, 3 years in the county. Charges get dropped. You ever watch the show, what is it called on E&E? First 48. When it comes on, there's this disclaimer. Charges are often reduced or dropped. Meaning that some of these folks we charge with murder, their charges are often reduced or dropped. Them folks are sitting in county jail until that comes up. Once they let you out, yeah, you got clean criminal history, but all that shit you lost, you couldn't earn any income. Your kids don't know you as well. They ain't seen you in a while. I mean, this happens to everybody. And now he wants to say, well, you should be able to be sent out of the country while you're going through that shit. Wow. Looking in the comments here real quick, there is, make sure I didn't miss anything here. And thank you folks that are showing a little bit of support. Appreciate that. You talking about light offenders, not multiple violent. No, we're talking about violent offenders. You can be charged. Let's say you got charged and actually convicted of a felony and you don't done 3, 4, 6 years in prison or something like that. That don't mean the next thing they charge you what you actually did. Oftentimes, if you got a felony on your rap sheet, it makes the police and the criminal justice system treat you more like guilty until proven innocent. So you could also be someone that is a convicted felon that has done your time, paid your debt to society, and is now sitting in jail on trumped up charges. Because it's a lot easier to believe a convicted felon committed a crime than one that hasn't. So that doesn't excuse you from falling falling victim to this shit either. Anyway, looking at the comments here, you're talking about 34 felonies. Oh shit, that's a whole nother conversation. So what changed with all these law changes, the years passing by? Well, what changed is now Trump is talking about sending the people to a whole nother country. And you get folks on the comments like, yeah, let them do that. send the people completely out of the nation. Nate Moreno, Good evening, Nate. Welcome to the program. 34 fabricated felonies. Yeah, okay. Well, Nate, good evening.
What's up?
Not much at all. What am I getting wrong? Do you see some possibility that if President Trump gets his way after he gets rid of all of these illegals and undocumented, that he could even think about deporting black people? Do you see any possibility of that happening?
If he wanted to do it, he would do it already. I'm saying he would do it. He just got to go through the steps, because if he does it, he throws the black people out front, then it's just like, oh shit, like, nah, like that's too much of a pushback. So he's starting with the lighter skin ones, and then he's working his way back. That's what he's doing. Trump's a piece of shit. I'm from New York. He's a piece of shit.
Wow. So you do see a possibility of this then?
If they let him, he will. It's not that he wouldn't. If they let him, he would.
Wow. So you believe he wants to do it? He just has to negotiate the hurdles trying to prevent him. So you actually think he wants to do it?
Yeah. Listen, it was good when he was running for 3 years with his trial, right? Mm-hmm. Everything was good. He wanted his process. No, you can't. He would be in jail right now if he didn't get his process. He was milking that shit.
That is true.
He was milking that shit. He even had people. One guy lit himself up outside the building.
Why the hell would somebody do some shit like that?
He set himself on fire.
For Trump?
I swear to God, you can look that shit up.
I don't give a fuck what they charge Obama with. I'm not putting them. I'm already black enough. I'm not about
Listen,
this.
I'm with you. I'm not doing no psycho shit. None of that. But some nigga poured himself on gasoline and lit himself up trying to postpone that shit.
Okay, let me just say real quick, and I don't block Ben sense or anything, but the apps do not like the N-word, so try to avoid that one word. You say any fucking thing else, but for some reason,
Whatever I say that's not right, just hit me up.
Okay,
like New York,
you all good. You all good.
Of how we talk.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you all good. The apps can sometimes play games with the N-word, but okay, so. Man, now you said you started out by saying he's a piece of shit. You being from New York, what's making you say, based on your New York living in New York or being from New York, what's making you say
he made a lot of companies go under because he wouldn't pay them. I'm in construction. A lot of companies went under because he'll put up the starting money, but after that he wouldn't pay them. And then when they go bankrupt, then like he don't have to pay nobody. He was doing that for years.
Couldn't they?
In his hotels, right now, there's Mexican people working, but he's getting rid of everybody else.
Wow.
He has Mexican people working right now, undocumented, working.
You're saying Trump has illegal aliens as we speak working for him?
The housekeepers and all that, yup.
What evidence do you have of that? People are going to say you're full of shit with that. What evidence do you have with something like that?
He gets constructions to get done in his buildings. So I'm a construction worker. I work in his buildings, and we have to take the freights. The freights have all the workers that work in the rooms. They don't go through regular elevators. They got to take the freight. So we talk to them and stuff like that.
Now, are you of Hispanic descent?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, what country is your ancestry?
I'm Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican. Did he win
he was throwing toilet paper at us, and we don't even need a green card to go anywhere.
I do remember the toilet paper thing. How do you feel considering that when it comes to Hispanic males, and I'm talking about from all countries, everywhere from Guatemala, Nicaragua, Cuba, Venezuela, he actually won the Hispanic male vote.
Yeah, because they're stupid. A lot of them are stupid. Listen, the other thing is, like, I don't know where you're from, but I don't know how you grew up and everything else. In New York is a different set. I can't go like Gangsta Grandma. She's a thug. I hear it, but I don't know nothing about LA. So I don't know their politics. I don't know how they run. Over here, he didn't get nothing from over here, not from New York. The state where he grew up at and everything else, we know about it. Like, the last guy you had that he was like, oh no, just lock them up. They don't need this, they don't need that. 5 guys were arrested in Central Park for beating for the chick. After even it was proven, like, yo, they didn't have nothing to do with it. what happened? He jumped on the front page like, yo, I don't care. They must have been doing something wrong. Like, they should be in jail anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of, you talking about the Central Park Five. That's kind of echoing what my last caller said. Well, they weren't doing them with their lives anyway. That's kind of what he was just saying, something like that.
Well, that's what Trump was saying. Because it doesn't even matter if they wasn't doing something with their lives. They're somebody's kid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's somebody, let it be his son that just got picked up on the street. And who knows if he did it or not. But if his son gets picked up, he's going to be the first one crying. Oh, nah, chill. Like, he needs a lawyer. I got outpaid for his lawyer. I'll get him out. Like, all that.
So let me ask you this, because Trump is an overwhelming favorite among Republicans, because you're making him sound like a really bad guy. Why do you think the Republicans favor him so much if he is as bad as you're suggesting?
Once again, like for me, politics, like I don't really know. I'm not a Democrat. I'm none of that. I just go by like what seems right and what seems wrong. That's how I look at things. So like Israel, when I saw the shit on TV that they were parachuting down and they were killing people and everything, oh shit, like yeah, that's fucked up. But after a while, yo, hold up, like that's like kicking somebody when they're already down. Like you just stopping these people straight out. Like their buildings are all demolished. Like everything's gone. Like you got your get back. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody smacks you in the face, you smack them back. You don't just keep running, just stomping him out while he's knocked out. Yeah. That's what they're doing. I go for what's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like if you do, I do something back, I'd be good. So
I don't think there's any argument whether Israel's gotten sufficient revenge or not. I mean, yeah, it's exactly like you said. You're stomping out an unconscious person at this point.
So the other thing is too, like ever since Trump got in, like I've seen like racist stuff, whatever. Like I used to sell drugs, right? When I was a kid.
Okay.
I lived like on 2nd Avenue, 3 blocks up is like Madison, 5th Avenue, Park Avenue. That's where the rich people were, you know? I had a friend that he lived up there. The cops used to search us and let him go. Be like, yo, stay away from them, whatever, blah, 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 because he was white. Like, yo, what you doing over here chilling with them? Like, go back to your block. There's never no cops on 5th Avenue. But they're always in the projects on 2nd. So I get it. Like I said, it's like a culture thing. Like New York is different from Jersey. When I go into Jersey, it's a whole different thing. I stood in Virginia for a little bit. I got pulled over, and I was happy to get pulled over. The guy's like, "Hey, you all right? You speaking? You okay?"
Why the hell would anybody be happy to get pulled over? You got to explain that.
Because in New York, they yank you out the car, they slam you on the car, they search it, they run through your stuff, everything like that. So when I got pulled over in Virginia, I'm already on defensive. Oh, here we go with this. Like, what happened? He's like, no, everything's all right. I said, yeah, like what happened? You want my stuff? He's like, no, you were speeding. I just want to make sure there's not an emergency.
So you found, because Virginia's close. I think Virginia's a former slave state, if I'm correct. Virginia leans closer to the right. You're telling me the conservatives start treating you nice after you were getting abused by them liberal cops up in New York?
No, it's just a separate cops. That's what it is. Okay. It's just separate cops. Over here, there's 50 cops on one corner. It's only one cop per like 5 towns. They know how to talk to you. It's just a whole different. I didn't realize it until I was out of New York. Because once I was in New York, like I already know how all this is going to go. Cop is looking at me too hard. He's going to grab me. He's going to pat me down. He's going to do all that.
Well, Nate,
he's going to get quoted. And then the other thing, there's quotas. So they get bumped in ranks.
But with all due respect, Nate, you did admit you've been selling drugs. I mean, the cops can look at certain. Huh?
That was when I was a kid. Even now, I get grabbed up.
Yeah.
My grandmother got grabbed up. She wasn't selling drugs.
My grandmother, damn.
My grandmother got grabbed up.
Damn.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a whole different environment. They used to keep us separate.
Maybe
that's
they
why
think
there's
you.
a Spanish Harlem. That's why there's a Black Harlem, and that's why there was a Italian. Like they had us all separated when I was a kid.
I grew up in Chicago. Very similar history. Maybe they saw your grandmother and thought she was a gangster grandma, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I mean,
the lottery. Then they used to do the numbers. So when you used to go into certain spots, they'll grab you up for the numbers. Because that bodega, that's what they known for. So anybody coming out of it, they're searching you and checking to see if you're selling, if you bought weed from the spot or you're doing numbers. Like they looking for those little tags, if it's green or whatever, with those digit numbers on it.
That all sounds like a whole bunch of profiling. William McNeil. Shout out to William McNeil Jr. That's what that sounds like, is a whole bunch of profiling. I gotta move. I give you the last. I do gotta move it on, but go ahead. I give you the last word there, Nate.
Yeah, so fuck Trump and gangster grandma, I'll give it to her.
No love for Trump. What about the economy? The numbers are coming out saying the economy is doing okay.
Listen, not everybody's always wrong with something. He may be doing a couple of good things, but in all, he's fucking people over. Right now, you didn't see that shit with the news on Fox 5. They were like having the kids fucking go pick out grapes. Like, why doesn't the government let them pick grapes and all that? It was on Fox 5.
I haven't. Well, Fox 5 is a local affiliate. I'm not in your area. I wouldn't get Fox 5.
Fox News or whatever.
Fox News ain't gonna show that. That's not Fox News. Fox News ain't gonna show something like that.
Nah, they were talking about it. They had somebody on it, and he's like, yeah, well, you know, with all the farmland in the summer, they should have the kids working. They want to make money anyway. Blah blah blah, and they threw that up there. Even in Florida, they picked up the age for the kids 13. To be working longer. 13. Yeah, they could work longer. They could work more hours. Like you just try to swap things out.
But some would say, like us Gen Xers, I had a paper out when I was 14. Some Gen Xers will say, and even the silent and baby boomer generations as well would say that these young children probably need some substance to get out and go out and work and learn the value of $1 in hard work like we did coming up, because they get involved with the gadgets and they get involved with things that cause them problems. We all were working in our early teens, and these young folks now don't do that. So some people favor putting these young kids to work.
Yeah, but have them working in buildings and something that's beneficial, not picking out grapes and we'll give you some brooms and you can sweep the street and all that. Like, give them something that's going to benefit them later on, and they can find a path on what else there is. Because from here, we can see it. You got a doorman, you could be a doorman. You can work in the store, you could be a bag boy, whatever. Like, put them in buildings. Like, here, work in the Department of Health, you could figure out what subsidized this or whatever. Like, something for them to go past all that. Not like Trump said, taking your jobs, not those jobs.
Fair enough. All right, Nate, thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate it. Good talk. All right, moving on to the program. Shout out to that. And I see the comments. Vladstein says, so Puerto Ricans can use the N-word. Racist? No, I made it clear. I don't want anybody using the N-word. Doesn't matter what your race or background is. I mean, because it triggers the apps on it can trigger the apps or whatever. So I'm not a fan of anybody using it. And I corrected them right away. So I don't know what you mean when you say Puerto Ricans can use the word or not. I made it clear. I don't want anybody saying it because it may trigger. Other than that, I don't mind what the hell you say. You've heard some of my insultants come on the program, and they have a lot to say that is critical. I mean, people are telling me I got protein on my damn face and shit. So you can say whatever. Just I can't control if the app takes the whole program down because it's trained not to like a word. So that's where that comes from. Someone said put them in fields. Look, it is pretty clear that the Republicans are going to have to, if you're deporting tens of thousands of immigrants that are doing these menial jobs, you're going to have to replace those jobs. I mean, we still need that stuff done. And the average American is not going to want to pick cabbage and grapes and all of that shit. So that probably is the solution, is to get folks that have little to no choice or get kids that don't know no better, where you can start them early. I mean, that's the only way you're going to get people to do those jobs. Now, I talked about this and tap the screen. I haven't asked you guys to do that in a minute, but tap the screen See if we can get up to about 50,000. We should be somewhere around there. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Trump is working. I don't know if he's working on legislation for this or if it's already happened, but they intend on letting the federal government have the right to round up homeless people. If they can say that you're mentally ill or you're hooked on drugs, it will give the government the right to basically detain you and institutionalize you. Now, some folks agree with this. You know, we need to get these drug addicts off the street. We need to get the mentally ill off the street. The problem is, just like with illegal immigrants, you're not going to give a crazy person due process. So once again, here's another person that's being detained where you're going to probably have completely sane and sober people behind some wall screaming out, ain't nothing wrong with me. So my guess is, I said this on a previous program, but my guess is once you start having the right to detain the homeless, or better yet, loiterers, folks who are just simply loitering, because there's very little difference between somebody who's loitering and somebody who's homeless other than how you interpret it. If you're outside at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning waiting for a bus to go to work and you're talking to somebody who is homeless, the authorities may come and grab you and that person. So loitering can probably get you in this category as well. And what I was saying before is that once they got you in the system, because they can institutionalize you if you're homeless, that's what Trump is trying to do, you can start putting some demands on them. The only way we're letting you out is for you to get in a treatment program. Treatment program means you got to show that you're working, you're capable of being a functional citizen as opposed to being mentally ill or on drugs or whatever. You got to put in a 6-month work program, maybe picking up trash on the side of the street, picking grapes, picking cabbage, getting free labor out of the folks. This is what I'm simply saying. If they're allowed to detain all these people, and keep in mind, Trump is a definite capitalist. So if they're going to be detaining homeless people, you can best believe wherever they're sending them, the facility is a privatized facility. It's not ran by the government. It's ran by folks in the private sector. Even the folks running Alligator Alcatraz, there's a lot of private hires that are running that shit. The media that has been allowed any access to that are coming back and saying a lot of the security guards and stuff like that, they're privatized people. The point I'm making is people are making money off of this shit. Whether it's detaining illegal immigrants before deportation, or even in this case, where if you start rounding up homeless people, there are people making money off of this. There are Americans profiting off of this. My guess is if you follow the money, it's going to lead you right to the White House. I'm just telling you. Trump ain't giving out these contracts. You ever see before I go back to the box and tap the screen, I try to get up to about 50,000, but get your boy up to at least 40,000. I think just about everybody in here, certainly if you're Gen X, you've seen the movie Shawshank Redemption. You've probably seen that with Tim Robbins, Morgan Freeman, where you had the warden using his free labor to work on outdoor contracts. Remember, they enjoyed tarring roofs and stuff like. Well, you had an actual contractor like, I can't compete with you because these people are working for you for free. Well, you see them give them a pie and he gave them a bunch of money inside the pie. That's what's happening likely at the Trump administration. He's not handing out those contracts for free. If I'm going to let you detain people and make a killing off of it, but I'm the one that makes the law on whether you can do it or not, what's in it for me? What's in it for me? Trump has already showed that what's in it for me time in and time again, up to and including the whole ByteDance and Paramount merger where all of a sudden now Stephen Colbert's got to go. What's in it for me? If I allow Paramount and ByteDance to merge, what's in it for me? Same thing with the Washington Commanders football team, trying to get a new stadium in D.C. If I got to approve the stadium, what's in it for me? I think you should go back to the Redskins. What's in it for me? He's made it clear that he's doing that. So if they're detaining people in private facilities, there's a what's in it for me out there. Anyway, looking in the comments, hey, no, I'm not okay with the what's in it for me. No, I'm not. Because that is like the definition of corruption. The president should not be involved in benefiting from business deals. Now, I'm not going to pretend like Trump is the first guy that's done that. My guess is Biden, the Clintons, probably Obama, even at the lower level, the Menendez types folks who are serving time, they all do it. But the difference with Trump is twofold. One, he promised to drain the swamp, not become one of the members. And then, of course, two is that Trump ain't even trying to hide it. I'm not saying other politicians don't do this shit, but Trump is doing it out in the open. He literally came out and admitted, I can interfere with the Washington Redskins contract or Washington Commanders contract if they don't change the team back. I mean, he's not even trying to hide that he's doing it. That's why Trump is getting more attention than everybody else. Stormy Daniels' book is hilarious. She claims after many blue pills, when Donald was fully, I don't know if I believe everything Stormy Daniels is saying, but you're saying that Stormy Daniels is saying that Trump had to take erectile dysfunction pills, and that at the end of the day he was only 2.5 to 3 inches, and then then only lasted 2 minutes. And I'm not saying what she's saying is inaccurate, but she obviously had an axe to grind with Trump, and it doesn't make her look good. Okay, you're gonna say all this negative shit about the guy, but you fucked him anyway. And that don't make Stormy Daniels look any good. Anyway, continuing on with the program. Tap the screen, 40,000. We'll take a call there at 40. Trump doesn't even take a paycheck. He doesn't need the money. Why don't you focus on all the taxpayer money that was wasted in other countries? Well, first of all, Trump not taking a paycheck is kind of humorous. He didn't take a paycheck, but he took a jet. He's selling Bibles. He's selling tennis shoes. He's selling watches and all that shit. You realize how small that check becomes? I'm going to turn down this $400,000, $500,000 a year check, but I'm going to use the White House as a merchandise mart. I'm selling Teslas. I mean, who gives a fuck at that point? So the idea with this guy, look, this is the whole reason. We voted Trump in because he came with his own money. He didn't need our money, so that's why we know we can trust him. He's not going to be greedy like all. Then he get the White House, and that's the number one thing he's doing is finding ways to make money. He didn't take a check. That ain't shit compared to all the stuff he's selling. NFT cards. Now he's got his own crypto. He didn't take a check. Hoorah! He owes over $30 million in contractors. He owes over $30 million in contractors over his campaign and alone. Yikes. TDS. I see that. And I talked about that earlier in regards, and I'll play the video because we're getting close to 40,000. Tap the screen. But in regards to the whole TDS comment, which I find kind of humorous, I played this video earlier because I think it's worthy of noting. Now, well, first of all, I want you to see this because we should be at 40 by the time we're done with this. But Trump is threatening to go after several celebrities.
President Trump is taking aim at some major stars. He says some of them should be prosecuted for endorsing former Vice President Kamala Harris during her presidential campaign. He claims the Democratic Party funneled millions of dollars to high-profile figures so they'd support Harris in the last election. He claims Beyonce was allegedly paid $11 million to support Harris. He also claims Oprah's production company was paid $1 million to live stream events she helped organize. Trump laid this all out on Truth Social during his visit from Scotland. He cited different numbers, but didn't say where those numbers came from. In the post, he also said, quote, "You are not allowed to pay for an endorsement. It is totally illegal to do so." He claimed they all broke the law and should be prosecuted. The celebrities he named in the post have all backed Democratic candidates in the past.
I want to say a few things, first of all. Number one, Beyonce, Oprah's in there. Obviously, you see the picture of him talking about going after Kamala Harris. You heard him say just a few days ago he wants to go after Trump potentially because he believes Trump committed an act of treason, interfering with the 2016 election. Al Sharpton is mentioned in there as well. Remember when the whole notion from the right was Trump has done more for black people than any president since Abraham Lincoln? It seems like he just wants to lock a bunch of them up nowadays, huh? I mean, that's like all of the leaders of the black community. I mean, he's going after Beyonce. He's going after the entertainment giant Oprah. It's going after the vice president, the first black vice president, and the first black president. I mean, whatever happened to he was doing so much for black people? Now he's just getting rid of them all, huh? But before we continue on, I think we're getting close. We're at 40, but before we continue on, this last clip, because you hear him states that it's wrong to take, money to endorse somebody. How could he say that as if this doesn't exist?
These cars.
Well, the car that I drive is the Model S Class
Which is
C.
that one?
That red one in the middle.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's 0 to 60 miles per hour in 2 seconds. It's faster than a Ferrari.
That's pretty fast. This is beautiful. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay.
Have you ever sat
Let me get in a second.
one of these? Of a Tesla?
You want my notes?
Yeah.
They gave me notes. I said, I'm not Biden. I don't need notes.
I'll take one. I can take that.
Thank you. Now, let me get into this sector. I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
How many tracks you drove it around?
Whoa, that's beautiful. Wow.
I get on this other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow. You don't want me to drive it, do you?
I saw Biden do a test loop here once in the Jeep.
Yeah,
Now, we're talking about TDS. They can't stop talking about Biden. Now, Biden at this point is a civilian. Trump is president now. Why is you ever heard of derangement syndrome? Why is Biden's name constantly coming up? This has nothing to do with Biden whatsoever. And he later goes on to say Biden couldn't sit in the car and all that. Whatever happened to derangement syndrome? This sounds like he's really fucking deranged. First of all, you're selling a Tesla, which goes against all of this Beyonce and Oprah. I mean, this guy gives you $350 million. And suddenly all the footage of all of the bad things you said about electric cars has disappeared, and now you're sitting in one that you admit once you're sitting in it is all computer. You ain't even sat in this motherfucker before, and you on TV selling it. You make it clear they don't give you notes, as he says, I don't need notes, I'm not Biden. You don't know nothing about this car to the point where they don't give you notes and you don't even know what the dash looks like. And you on TV telling people to buy it. But you talking about we should go after Beyonce and Al Sharpton, huh? As if this don't look corrupt as fuck. You're selling cars on White House property for a guy that gave you the largest campaign donation in history while actively admitting on camera you don't know shit about the product you're selling. Nothing. Never been in it before. He's never been in the car before. Didn't even know what the dash looked like inside. But he's going to tell you should buy one. How do you know I should buy one, sir? You don't even know how it performs. You never turned it on, nothing. All of the footage I have from you speaks negatively of these cars. Okay, all right. Beyonce, Oprah, Al Sharpton it is, huh? Just ignore all of this, huh? Anyway, looking in the comments. It's hilarious, though. It's hilarious. He should donate them all to Americans. Mr. I'm so rich, you don't get a penny out of me. That's how some people stay rich. They don't share the wealth. Continuing on, Mike, welcome to the program, Mike. Beyonce, Al Sharpton, Oprah, Kamala, what say you? Go after them all, huh?
He's full of shit. That's what he does, right? He it's a distraction, projection. Everything that he says, everything that Trump does. Well, let me say, most of the things Trump does, you can point to him doing the exact same thing or worse, like damn near everything.
But let me interrupt you and ask you this. In the comments, Daniel Castro said he wasn't selling them; he endorsed them. What's the difference?
Nothing. Everybody wants to equivocate when it comes to this motherfucker. I don't get it, and I don't want to get too far away from this conversation about Black people being deported and Chris's ignorant ass. I don't know Chris, but I got to call it like I see it. And Chris's ignorant ass coming here spewing that shit. And here's why I say ignorant, Tim. If you want to understand, because the whole conversation is about exonerations, people being incarcerated, wrongly incarcerated. So we're talking about exonerations. That's what you were talking about.
Right.
So when you talk about people being exonerated, and he says he doesn't really believe it's happening, Well, just go to the National Registry of Exonerations and go look.
I didn't know they had that.
Yes, they have a registry. If you go to, matter of fact, because you know, Tim, I got it up right now.
No shit. You good.
Yeah,
you good.
It's called the Exoneration Nationalregistry.org. And if you go up to the registry, it will tell you that since 1989, there's been 3,700 people that have been exonerated. With the years lost of 34,388 years lost on an average of 9 years per person. And when you look at the data, it is not even close. Black people are 2 to 3 times more likely to be incarcerated.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even a discussion. So if you don't do a little research, then you'll get on a live in front of people and say that shit that he said with no factual evidence to support it at all.
Yeah, you get no argument from me.
So to your original question, I'm not even saying black people. I'm saying people of color. People of color are at risk with Donald Trump. He just deported those 8 people over to Sudan, right?
Yeah. I heard about
They were Asian, black, Hispanic. There was the whole cornucopia of people of color.
Yeah, and you mentioned Chris. Chris is trying to suggest that it benefits us, and I mean he didn't seem to understand that we're paying if we're deporting people to Sudan. Sudan is receiving something from us. They're not going to take people that we're telling them is violent for no reason at all.
No, matter of fact, Suzanne, you're right. Sudan just came out this morning and said we'll take more, but we need something in return. What they want, they want all of their visas restored to the Sudanese nationals that come here. They want their visas back. There's things they want back. So here's my point. Why are we talking about the whole point with Chris? When we said they're doing it now, Chris, and I hope you're still there, everyone that was deported to El Salvador was deported illegally. None of them got due process. We're watching it play out real time. That's why these things are in the courts. Yeah. So, they're doing it illegally. 10 U.S. citizens have been returned that were deported illegally. So what makes you think that all of a sudden some morality or integrity is going to kick in where they fall back and do things the right way when they are purposefully going about it the wrong way? How do I know, Tim? I'm reading the court cases. I'm reading Judge Boasberg's when he's going up with the cases that they open up about Kilmar Abreu Garcia, and they've got testimony from attorneys that have said that the Department of Justice is telling them to lie.
Wow.
Telling them to tell the judges to fuck off. I can pull it up and show you on my screen right now. So if that's what they're doing, these are from credible sources. What makes me think they couldn't snatch Tim and say, Tim was, because here's the thing, and you got on my ass yesterday when I was pushing back, when you said perception becomes reality.
Yeah.
But here's the key point, Tim. You're right, but now we're talking about people that aren't being logical. They're just listening to him. If they snatch you off the street tomorrow and Pam Bondi or Christy Knowles got on TV or Donald Trump got on TV and said you were some violent Haitian, these motherfuckers that don't know you are gonna believe that.
Yeah. So I said that, but not only even for somebody that look like me, even if you're white, even if you're MAGA, if you get grabbed up and the Trump administration says that you're an illegal immigrant or that you're a violent person, the rest of MAGA is gonna believe you are. I mean, that's the problem. They're not questioning what comes from Trump. When Trump said that Obama tried to steal the 2016 election, nobody needed proof from the MAGA side. Just like when he said he won the 2020 election. Anything Trump says, proof be damned. It ain't necessary. We trust Trump. So if he grabs you and says you're an illegal immigrant or you're some kind of criminal that needs to be deported, MAGA's going to run with that. That's good enough.
Exactly. But the difference here, you see see what you have on your screen back there? Mm-hmm. If you change one word, motherfuckers will pay attention. Now, what word of the 3 behind you think would change to make people pay attention, Tim?
Probably the middle one.
Probably the middle one. You goddamn right. If that said deporting white people would pay the fuck attention. And if anybody wants to challenge me on that, just put yourself in the scenario of the immigrants that are being deported and how ICE is just raiding. Let ICE come raid your company because they're after white women.
Yeah.
That shit will change emphatically. And for anyone to say it wouldn't, they're lying. But see, because that would make them think about how it would impact their lives. They're being selfish. They don't give a shit, Tim. I would say deporting people of color, not black people, because there's so many different shades. There are people that can look Hispanic.
Yeah.
I'm talking about from a deportation perspective. I'm talking about he looks Hispanic, and I told you the other day, if you don't believe me, turn on a baseball game tonight and turn the volume off and tell me who you're looking at. Yeah. Is that a U.S. citizen? Are they from Puerto Rico? Are they from the DR? Where are they from?
That's what Dencal was saying earlier, is that once he starts deporting Haitians, you're going to start seeing a bunch of black people getting rounded up too.
100%. Because they're not following due process.
Yeah.
They're not following due process. There have been people deported with no criminal records. But what they do is they call them illegal because they're saying they're in the country illegally, but what they're undocumented is not illegal.
Yeah, I don't. Right? That's stuff I don't favor. Certainly, I don't favor being able to do anything that people would do without due process. Because if you get somebody, if you wrongfully grab somebody and that person has no due process, then they don't have a voice. That's the first part of it. And then, of course, the person that rounded them up is not even wearing ID or anything, and they're wearing a mask. So you not only did you get rounded up wrongfully, you can't even tell who the fuck grabbed you. Well, it was ICE. Well, we got thousands of people who represent ICE, and they're all saying they didn't do it. So, I mean, you have nothing to go with.
You have nothing to go with. Let me hold on for a second. Let me see if you'll indulge me for a second. I want to show you something. And this is for all the viewers. I just want everybody to understand what I'm showing. Just so we're clear. National Registry of Exonerations, right? This is the website, just so everybody knows. And see all these tabs open? When I tell you I do my homework, I do my homework. National Registry of Exonerations, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the percentage of exonerations and why, right? Mistaken identity with ID, false confessions, perjury of false accusations, false or misleading forensic evidence, official misconduct.
Damn, official misconduct is that fucking high?
60%.
Wow.
60%. False accusations, 64%. Right? So if this is a real number, which it is, this is telling you that the people that are supposed to be protecting our rights
I'll give you a perfect example. Now, it's not going to fit the narrative about black people being wrongfully locked up. But here's an example of somebody who almost did a bunch of years in prison for official misconduct. Kyle Rittenhouse. They were so eager to lock Kyle Rittenhouse up that the prosecutors were hiding evidence that showed that he truly did have to fight for his life. So that would have been, if he had got locked up, that would have been official misconduct. I mean, Bill Cosby is another one, by the way. Bill Cosby is another one when they made a deal with him and promised they wouldn't use the evidence against him, and then they used it to lock him up. Bill Cosby is another one, though.
100%, Tim, and it happens all the time. If you, again, here's another tab. National Registry of Exonerations by race, ethnicity, and type of crime. Look what we have here. That's black.
Yeah.
849 to 399 white, 203 Hispanic, and 40 others. Homicide, 815 to 449 to 210. SA.
Why are they, when you think about the fact that Hispanics represent like 30% of the country, why are they so low?
Say that again?
Why? I'm surprised the Hispanic numbers are so low.
Again, Tim, I keep telling you, because the narrative that the narrative out there says you would think it's higher based on the narrative.
Yeah.
That's what I've been telling you the whole time about this crime, and I just went ahead and muted my screen. But my point is, so you can go back on the big box. But my point is, based on those numbers, based on what we've been sold in this country, the two aren't aligning, and they're not aligning because it's not true.
Yeah.
And when you take the perception, like we talked about the other day, When you say perception and I push back, they're feeding a false narrative into these perceptions, and no one's doing homework to understand how harmful it is. So people get on this app and go, well, they're criminals. You're saying that because they're saying that. You're not saying it because the numbers tell you that. You're not saying that because, just like Chris just got up here. Chris just literally got on this app and said that what I just showed isn't happening. But all he had to do was do a quick Google search and show, damn, really?
Well, I'm going to give you the God's honest truth, in my opinion, or the truth, period. We make, when it comes to the system and systemic stuff, we make good victims. We don't have a lot of money. There's probably less unity among the black community. I mean, if you're going to if you're a cop and you want to fuck with somebody, the black community is a much better victim. They're not going to likely be tied to anybody powerful that can put up a fight. I mean, most of the country's going to believe what you say about them anyway. I mean, they make good victims. Go ahead.
And what you just said ties back to the systemic racism in this country that still exists when people say it doesn't. Because it makes it easier because they don't ask. They don't ask, they just assume. They're probably criminal. What did Chris just say? Chris just said, well, watch, you shouldn't be around those people anyway, or they had to be doing something wrong. They feed into this narrative that doesn't even necessarily true, and they don't care. But like I said, you change that one word behind you and they'll care. But they're not worried about that because they know what the true message is. That's why I'm saying it's bullshit. Because people can't spin themselves in a pretzel and get away from the fact of what's happening. It's targeted. They don't care how people are impacted. They don't care about minorities, because if they did, we wouldn't be having these conversations. It's not that complicated. It's really not.
Well, before I let you go, Trump's economic numbers are looking good. So there's a little good news in this for Trump. How do you, second quarter, GDP's up 3%. Folks are saying that our economy is at least stable, best quarter since the end of 2024. So a few quarters, because obviously last quarter was terrible. But how do you feel about the fact that despite the liberals saying we were going to be in a recession, some even said a depression, the economy is holding steady?
I'll say what I said before. Q3 will look different, number one, because it's all a bit about Q3. All economists have said it. It's about Q3, number one. Number two, I don't give the arson credit for putting out the fire that he started, Tim. We wouldn't be having this conversation if he just didn't get into this tariff war, first of all. If he just didn't do deportation, we never would have saw what we saw in Q1. Q2 only looks stable, and it's kind of misleading, but it only looks stable because he stopped doing all that shit in Q2. He paused shit in Q2. Yeah. Now things are coming back here in Q3, going into Q4. Q3 is going to look different. Because you got to remember, when he did that night, how long is 90 days, Tim? Every quarter is 90 days.
Right.
He paused that shit in Q2. Had he let things continue.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Had he let things continue, Q2 doesn't look the same.
That's a really good point.
Q3 is going to be different.
That is a good point. He paused the tariffs for a quarter. Right. That's a great point.
Well, and here's the thing. That's why Jerome Powell still is like, I'm not touching the interest rates. And they want him to, and two people descended from him today. But why? Because they're going, look at the numbers, and Jerome Powell's going, you motherfuckers get out of his ass. We have to pay attention to the tariff hokey pokey. That shit matters. We have to pay attention to what these farmers in the agricultural business and the hospitality business is saying. And understand this, Tim. They're saying those numbers were better, and I'm not going to dispute that the numbers were better. But consumer spending was down.
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that.
Right.
So you hear also too that Trump is threatening. Okay, he's talking about imposing ridiculous tariffs on Russia. I don't think they're going to make any difference. But the problem is, if he imposed sanctions on Russia, he's talking about China, who is one of the biggest importers of Russian oil. They could be hit with 100% tariff, because Trump is saying if we impose sanctions on Russia, anybody buying Russian oil is going to basically suffer the wrath of the United States. Now, we've kind of smooth things out with China a little bit in regards to this tariff war. But all of a sudden, if he's talking about 100% tariff on China, it's going to be a mess. And this is only in 10 days. He knocked the whole threat towards Russia down to only 10 days from 50. Do you think he's going to follow through, or is this a taco moment?
It's probably a taco moment because, but again, who knows? Which is why Jerome Powell doesn't want to move interest rates. That's why consumer spending is down. That's why consumer confidence is low, because he kept. But let me give you an example. For those that don't know, this deal he just did with Europe, when he talked about clean energy, and Japan, and how they're going to buy a certain percentage of their energy from us.
$500 billion.
$500 billion worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what's the percentage of energy that we've committed to? You can't sell more than what you have, right? So if you look at the percentages between those two tariffs, it's like 145% of our energy. Well, how the fuck can you sell 145% of something?
That's
you
a
can't.
good point.
But people they're not paying attention, Tim. So they've committed to something that we can't even supply. But he sells it as a victory. But the reality is, you gotta look deeper into what he's saying.
And nobody does that. I give you that, and that's the thing. Like I said, if Trump says it, therefore it is. Nobody really goes into trying to prove. Certainly on the MAGA side, but even I didn't look into it the way you're saying myself. I didn't do that. And that's the thing, is that when he says stuff, people just can't. If he says, "Look, I made the best deal with China we've ever had," people just assume it's true. They don't look into it.
They do, and it's funny. Kareem in the comments, Mr. Global, and I always listen to him. But no matter who I listen to, I go back and I do my research. But he's right. It's like you can only sell. But he said 550 billion from EU and 750 from Japan, or maybe it's the other way around. But that's how much they've committed, and how much they've committed to buy from us. We don't have it to sell. He wants to get away from wind turbines and do natural gas. We can't afford that either. It's just, here's the thing. So Tim, what I'm saying to you is the number looks good because he stopped doing what he was going to do. And then all this MAGA supporters go, well, it didn't burn down the way you guys said, because he put out the fucking flame.
Well,
if he would have let that shit burn, we would be having a different conversation right now. And by the way, I'm feeling it in my business. I know consumer spending is down because people aren't out spending money. They're not spending money. This last quarter, it was down by 2.4%. And I can see it in the restaurant numbers. So I know it's to be true. I'm seeing commodities go through the roof right now.
I know we're hurting. I know we're also hurting on the tourism business as well, like places like Vegas and Disney World, because so many people aren't coming in the country. I mean, we are hurting in some areas. So I don't.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So I can't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I can't give him props for just putting out the fire that he started. I'm glad. Here's the thing. What I will say, I'm happy that somebody convinced him to. But you got to understand. Anytime he puts a pause on something because it's such a narcissist, it must be really bad. The outcome and the impact must be so bad that he, because normally he doesn't give a fuck, right? Just like him trying to talk about suing Oprah and Beyonce. He's always targeting black folks, but again, it's projection, because he's done the same thing. And can I end with this? Because I think this is important.
Real quick, go ahead, wrap it up.
Real quick. So in Washington. The Roman Catholic Church is suing because of that Senate bill that was proposed in Washington State. You heard about that, right?
No.
So Senate Bill 5375, which really is a Senate bill to say that clergy by law has to report any crimes or any sexual crimes against children.
Okay.
And the Roman Catholic Church is actually, and the Trump administration is pushing back on that.
They don't want to have to report.
They don't want to have to report it. Okay, all right. So I'm about to finish it. I'm going to land my plane here. Why? I'm going to leave it as a question. Why is the Trump administration and the right fighting so hard against protecting children? Like, that's not even something that should be up for debate. And here's my premise. I believe that they want, this is just me, they want more access to children. The Boy Scouts did it. The Catholic churches did it, and most of his administration and the people around him have had these allegations. You got to call a thing what it is, Tim. We got to stop ignoring all of these things. I don't want to hear about he hasn't been convicted. There is no one on this planet that can walk around with mud on their shoes all the time and say they've never been in that particular pond and expect people to to believe it. I'm just saying.
I'll leave it at that. Mike, powerful shit. Thanks for coming through.
Okay, bro. Later.
Wow. Mike always comes hard. Oh my God, that's a couple of things in there are an eye opener. Promising the Japanese, promising more energy to the Japanese than we even have. That's the first I've heard of that, and it's going to make me want to look it up once we're done with this live. And I see Debo says he cooked. Yeah, he definitely did. He burned my fingers off. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 60. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Is the program that bad today? Particularly my beloved MAGA. You guys are tapping on YouTube. By the way, if you do enjoy uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, despite some of the comments, we are MAGA friendly. If you're MAGA and you come up on the program, we're going to let you speak your piece the same way. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So understand this is not a program where you're only going to hear from liberals. We get MAGA on the program and they're allowed to speak uncensored as well. If you enjoy uncensored open dialogue from all sides of the political spectrum, feel free to follow the program if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here generally Monday through Friday, most weekdays. If you enjoy this type of conversation, give your boy a sub, smash that like button, helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. That's where our program is generally set. MAGA has always been a preferred guest. It's just unfortunate that right now Trump is president, so he's going to be the one that's in the wrath of the criticism. You can't criticize Biden or Obama. They're not in the White House right now. So any criticism towards Trump is something that usually turns MAGA off. But we were criticizing the hell out of Biden when he was president, and most of my audience used to be MAGA. It's just once Trump got in the hot seat and then he started doing things that were worthy of criticism, MAGA left, and now I got mostly liberals. Real quick in the comments, he owned those teen pageants where he inspected 14-year-old girls. Damn. I heard one girl say, well, she said she was 15, but that doesn't mean anything. But he did own the pageant. Because one of the girls said that, she did pageants before. Wow, trucker man for life. I haven't seen a galaxy in a week. Thank you, trucker man for life. Appreciate that support. Let your boy know it's all worthwhile. I appreciate that. Thank you, trucker man for life. The girl was like, she said that before doing pageants, before she got with the one that Trump owned, they had never had men coming in their dressing room. She's like, I had never had a man come in our dressing room before. But she said Trump would come in there regularly. And she was asked, well, why you guys didn't complain or whatever? She's like, well, who are we going to complain to? He owns the pageant. Who was there to complain to? He owns it. So that did come out. TBHD show. Appreciate that. What did it say? Lit up the donut. Thank you. Appreciate that. TBHD show. Continuing on, somebody said I'm voting blue. Well, you don't have to worry about that for a while. Why is workout culture so red-pilled? I don't know what they got to do with the program. On the news, they said what is going up. Yeah. Trump turned Epstein into the FBI. I do not. We hear about Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and like I said, if Trump says something, people just buy it because he stated he was going to be transparent on this whole Epstein thing once he got elected, and he's been anything but. That's why my last caller talked about you can't be walking around with mud on your shoes and tell people you haven't been in the pond. I mean, there is a lot of suspicious, shaky shit floating around Trump. And then, of course, him getting on television the other day and saying that he had a problem when Epstein started taking underage girls from his spa and having them on his side. Like, why do you have why do you even come out and admit that? We can go into a whole argument of why underage girls were working at your spa. I suppose there's an explanation for that. But why would you even come out in the middle of this shit right now when this is so unpopular? This is so on the news every day. Why would you even come out and admit something like that? Nobody was accusing you of that. Why would you come out? I don't know where his handlers or his lawyers are at, but like, why would they let you say something like that? That does not make you look good at all by admitting you had underage girls working in your spa, and then a guy who's known for violating underage girls took them from you. So y'all trading girls back and forth. It just made them look horrible. TBHD, good evening.
How's it going?
It's going good. What am I getting wrong here? Appreciate the support, by the way.
I did not hear that they were underage. Where did you hear that at?
Oh, wow. I'll see if I can bring it up.
I mean, I heard his interview, but he didn't say anything about underage. He said that he was taking a couple of girls from the spa, like employees of his spa.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't say he was taking underage girls from his resort.
Okay, if I stand, I'm gonna see if I can find a clip. Because that's what I recall hearing.
Yeah, he said that he took some girls from our spa, and then they eventually asked us specifically about one girl. And he said, "Yeah, I think she worked in our spa, but I warned him about it once. He did it again, so I kicked him out."
Okay. Well, I mean, was Epstein really affiliating with girls that were, old enough? And by the way, let me just say something real quick.
Well, then you'd have to think that what you mentioned previously, that are underage girls working at the spa? I don't think so, especially not a high resort like his. But we'd have to be assuming that. But I understand what you're saying, because Epstein was known to.
Right. The minute you start talking about Epstein, well, let's see what he says. Let me see if I got it. Well, this is the audio. It's not him. You're not going to see his lips moving, but this is the actual audio from it. Hopefully, it's loud enough. Hang on. Let me turn on this actual speaker here.
You're saying that Jeffrey Epstein coached two of your staffers. Who were they? Were they young?
I don't want to say two, or I don't want to say any number. You're talking about many years ago. But yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I said, don't do it anymore. They work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yeah. Okay, you are correct. He didn't use the word underage, but you do understand where I assume that based on how they asked the question and how he answered it.
I still don't take it like that. I mean, young.
Well, wait a minute. But you heard the man.
He's an 80-year-old man.
Wait.
Young women is. I mean, like, I'm 40 years old, and if you say young girl, I'm thinking like even at my age, 20s is a young girl.
Okay, but you hear the reporter ask him, Epstein has a certain reputation. Would you say they were young girls? Why wouldn't Trump come out and immediately say, yeah, but they weren't that young? I mean, he didn't. The reporter. Hold on, hang on. The reporter prefaced it by making it clear we're talking about Epstein and his reputation. Would you say they were young girls? That was Trump's moment to say they were young, but they, as you just said, we're talking about an 80-year-old man. They weren't that young. Why wouldn't he throw that in there? Because everybody's thinking,
20-year-old is young. It's not that young. When you're 60-year-old difference, 20 years old. I mean, like, I even think about it. My daughter's 14 years old. I'm 41. So she's like young, and in 10 years she will still be young to me.
Okay.
So if I'm 80 years old and you're talking about young girls, you're talking about different lifetimes, bro.
But think about the reporter saying, Epstein's reputation. Does he have a reputation for hanging around 20-year-olds?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, honestly, I think he probably hung around with both. I don't think it was just I don't know. I don't like Epstein, and I'm not here to try to paint a pretty picture for him. I'm just saying. I'm sure he was around all types of women.
The guy asked him, Epstein's reputation, and like I said, he doesn't have a reputation for hanging around the girls you're talking about.
Well, I mean, like, if you look at Trump's pictures with Epstein, right? Like, if you look at the pictures of him with Epstein, like at the party, those look like 20-year-old girls. Like that's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like young little girls. So could we say, like, was he around little girls? Of course he was around little girls. That's why this whole thing happened. But was he around girls in like their 20s? Okay. I would also say yes, according to the pictures.
Okay, well, just for, because it's not that long of a clip. Somebody in the comments want to hear it again. I want you to hear it one more time.
On Mar-a-Lago, you're saying that Jeffrey Epstein poached 2 of your staffers. Who were they? Were they
I don't
young?
want to say 2, or I don't want to say any number. You're talking about many years ago. But yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I said, don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women. What did they do?
In the spa.
In the spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, purses that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
So now there's a name of a person who was underage that we know that was underage, and he admitted that was somebody that was stolen too. So there goes your 20-year-old theory right there.
Well, I don't know. Who is this girl? Virginia. I mean, I'm honestly asking.
Okay. We can listen to the name and look
There's
her
a
up.
name out there with Virginia something.
Yeah.
I mean, like now that we can fact check, and if that's true, then
yeah,
I think that's
okay.
You know,
I mean, to me,
I don't know why he would allow her to.
Go ahead.
I'm just a believer that full context matters. Like I understand that.
How much more context?
I had already conceded that.
I mean,
they said somebody was taken.
Yeah, I agree with you with full context.
Now you have to find out who the girl is.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on.
22-year-old girl.
I agree with you with full context, but you were literally zooming in down to the pixels. I mean, like, how much do you have to hear in the same area before you say you got enough context? I mean, now you're zooming into the pixels at this point. They asked this guy, you know the reputation Epstein has. Are they young girls? Epstein, he don't have a reputation of being with 20-year-olds. I mean, that was all you needed to hear right there. You knew what that reporter was talking about. So for you to go deflect to 20-year-olds when that's not Epstein's reputation, certainly not what we talk about in the news now, that alone, you're lifting the bar up for what we're talking about with Trump to the point where you got to jump 20 feet in the air just to go over it. I mean, you don't have a reputation with 20-year-olds.
I don't feel like I jumped far. It could have just been a Smex worker for all I know.
Okay.
Dude, the context matters. I'm sorry. I'm not with Trump, dude. I'm fine with Trump being impeached. If we can impeach Trump over not releasing these files, I'm with it. Okay? I don't care for any of this stuff. I'm just saying I want to know the truth, and I am assuming that it is a girl, but I don't know. Are they talking about? Because I do think that that's weird. If there's a 16-year-old girl working at the spa, like what would she be doing? I think that's just a logical question to ask. I'm going to
give you 2 words. Have you ever heard these 2 words used in conjunction with each other? Happy endings. Have you ever heard those 2 words?
16 years old at a spa? No.
What do you think we're talking about when it comes to Epstein? What the hell you think we're talking about?
I honestly would not imagine happy endings being done at a luxury spa.
What do you think?
That's not what I associate luxury spas with.
You're looking at Epstein, a guy who has infinite wealth.
No, I'm looking at
Hold on. You're looking at Epstein, who has why the hell would he need to take girls from Trump? He can hire people from all over the fucking country. He got plenty of money. Why is he specifically taking girls from Mar-a-Lago?
Well, if he's hanging out at Mar-a-Lago, then I'm assuming that's why.
This is what I mean when I say the bar is way the hell up there.
This is common sense questions. I mean, like, I'm not reaching on this, bro. It's just a normal question.
This guy don't need to take how much do you pay a girl that works at the spa? You don't need to take people from this dude. You can find girls to do that everywhere. You're taking specific.
I don't. Maybe you've purchased things that I haven't. In your days, and I just haven't. The only places I assume that is some dirty ass old spa. That does $30 massages or something. That's what I think of that. Not like you're going to Mar-a-Lago and spending $1,000 massage for whatever. I don't know, bro. I'm poor. I can't afford a Mar-a-Lago happy ending, I guess.
This sounds like you ever see the movie Taken with Liam Neeson? These girls have a particular set of skills. That's why they're being hired.
Trump was saying, you know what? These girls were given happy endings at my resort, and Jeff took them so he could go give it to them on his island.
I just can't believe.
Is that what you're saying?
My thing is, I cannot believe it takes you this much to put two and two together. Look, I agree it's not 100% confirmed, but like, how much satellite information do you need before you at least start saying, I get what he's talking about? I mean, the guy clearly said you know what Epstein's reputation is, and you went to 20-year-olds.
You know what? Give me this name again. While y'all are on here, I'm going to find out who this damn girl is. I'm about to find out if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Hey, TBH, how are you today, sir?
I'm good, sir.
Her name is Virginia Guthrie. Now, Tim let me back up because you have to understand, she worked there. She was young. Her father worked at Mar-a-Lago.
Uh-huh.
That's how she got there. Do you know who Maxwell is? The one who's incarcerated right now? She was the spa attendant there at Donald Trump, at Mar-a-Lago. Did you know that?
I did not know that. What year are we talking about for this?
She worked there in 2000.
Okay.
In 2000, she worked there.
Okay.
So she was in contact with Virginia. You know, Virginia unalived herself earlier this year, right?
I did not know this.
She had been sex trafficked for years through Jeff Epstein and some other men. So she was young. She was 14 when she was there. Her father. That's how she got the gig. Her father.
I was 16. It was 14.
I'm saying when she started there. Let me back up. When she reunited with her father, started living with her father, she was 14. She started working there. She was 16.
Hang on. Stop just for a second. And I'm only asking because I'm just trying to follow along. What do you mean by she got reunited at the age?
She started living with her father.
Okay.
She went to live with her father at 14. She started working there at 16.
Okay. And then she got taken when?
And she got caught up with all of this sex trafficking while she was working there because Maxwell was working there.
Let me interrupt. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Let me just interrupt real quick. I'm going to temporarily put on my MAGA hat just for the sake of questioning. How do you know all this?
Reading.
What's your source?
Go back and look at the reports from the investigations. Virginia, so Virginia testified. You guys do know that, right? Before she passed away, before she unalived. You guys do know that. That's why her name's coming up all the time.
Yeah.
Because she became a sex trafficking advocate for years. She's been advocating for women that have been trafficked. So that's how I'm getting all this information. All you gotta do is
I'm just asking because this is what I'm seeing on my platforms.
No, that's fine. And I just wanted to come up and here's why I asked Tim to let me up, and I appreciate you letting me up. Because TV.
Don't leave yet. So I do want that one question answered. Have you looked into that? The girl who was 16 years old. When did Jeff take her?
Well, he didn't physically take her, but what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, that's what they said in the clip, that she was taken.
You mean when she started working for him?
Right.
I think it was like a year or so later, and I hadn't really focused on when that happened as much as
She wasn't 20.
That's the context that matters.
Well, let me just say she was not 20 when it happened.
Well, if she was legal age, that's different.
She was not legal, is what he said. Go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. She was not legal when this happened. She was 16 years old. Trump said it. If you go back and watch that clip, when they asked him, were they young? Because he likes them young. We know what we're talking about. He said, yeah. So,
and real quick, I want to interject and say this because people, well, how did he have all these kids? You can get a job at 16. You just can't bang a grown man at 16. So he could have legal rights to have her working at the spa. You can do that, but you can't bang the customers. So that's where the difference is. She was legal, but not legal, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but a while ago you're acting like this 16-year-old girl is out there giving happy endings.
Oh, yeah. I hate to sound like Macho Man Randy Savage, but she was probably.
So she was either the lady the little girl who's checking people in and like the attendant, or she's back there rubbing on grown man naked.
You think that Epstein would take the front desk girl?
Maybe. I think he would take anybody.
I think that Jazane was grooming the people that were, that were subject to fall victim to this stuff, and she was making them feel comfortable with these older men, and that's how it happened. But I don't think that Epstein just got this girl and didn't know what she was capable of. She was already, and this is where I'm gonna speculate, but she probably was already doing what Epstein wanted her to do at Mar-a-Lago. That's why she made for a good person to take. You think Trump with all of the hold on. You think Trump with all the buildings and golf courses and all the shit that guy owns all over New York and the world would care about you taking a 16-year-old from a spa?
To sex traffic her?
No,
yeah, I would think he would care.
Right. The only way he would care about it, because he said he got rid of Epstein at the time he found out he did it. So that means he knew then the guy was doing this stuff. Otherwise, you just took some little high school girl.
But I mean, if the timeline lines up, so just for a second, okay? If the timeline is like 2000 here, right, or whatever, they reunite. She works there for a year and a half. So we're in 2001, 2002. He finds out that there's sex trafficking, and he then cuts off ties with her.
That ain't what he said. He said that ain't what he said. He just said
I'm saying if that's the alignment that happens, and he then kicks him off the property.
No, that ain't what he said. He made it clear, according to this clip I just played you, that the minute he found out he was taking girls from him, he fired him. He didn't say nothing about it had anything to do with people being trafficked or in the sex trade.
But I'm saying the timeline would associate with that, right? When was he kicked off the Mar-a-Lago properties for good?
No, it doesn't. That had nothing to do with it.
No.
You don't know that.
Okay, hold on, DB. Let me. So when she passed away this year, she was 41. Right?
She's 41.
She's 41.
Okay. So she's my age.
She's your age. Exactly. She's your age.
This happened in 2000.
In the early 2000, 2001, 2002.
17. Well, I was 18 in 03. I mean, yeah, I was 18 in 03. Yeah, 03.
Yes, exactly. So the timeline is right. She was again. When she started there, she was 16. And here's my point.
It's a 6-month span, bro.
Let me go.
It's a 6-month span.
Hold on for a second. You're 41 years old. Are you married?
I'm married.
Do you have children?
I have children.
Do you have a daughter?
I do.
Would you?
Hell no. I don't let nobody around my daughter.
Just let me finish, my man. Would you accept somebody giving you these type of counter arguments with your daughter? That's all I'm asking you.
Counter argument to what? This is way.
It's not.
What argument are you making?
Here's what I'm saying. You would not let me if you told me that your daughter was Virginia, and I sat in your face and was saying, well, what was she doing there? And would you accept that?
I didn't ask any questions like that. That's not any questions I asked.
But what I'm saying is,
hang on, y'all are trying to flip this shit right now.
No, I'm not.
No, this is bullshit. Tim
Tim,
was. Hang on.
did you see that?
Tim was the one who was saying that these girls are doing something.
I gotta move it on. I gotta move it on.
16-year-old just beat up
down.
cashier.
All right,
I'm
Mike.
Drop down,
Thanks for
but what
coming
I'm gonna
back,
say
Mike.
is this is my last thing. This is my last thing. TV and men, we have to be more aware and more believing of women. 93% of women that, first of all, there's a huge percentage, I don't have it in front of me, of women that don't even report their sexual assaults and stuff like that. So we got to be aware of that. 93% of women that report these crimes are found to be truthful. So we don't want to equivocate, because that's why women don't come forward. Protect your daughters, man. Protect your children. This behavior is out there because we equivocate on it and we don't just call it for what it is. Yeah. And that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, he got the bar set so fucking high. You definitely got to catch Trump banging the girl. I got to move it on.
Y'all are some bullshit, right?
All right, Mike.
Now
thank
look
you.
at the comments.
Real quick, I'll let you wrap it up, TB. Go ahead.
No. Anyways, all I'm saying is, dude, I don't trust anybody around my kids. Not even people that I know. Like, my daughter don't get to stay that night at no man's house because I don't trust anybody. So all I'm saying is, on this scenario, I want to know what the truth was. Like,
well, I get your point.
I'm already assuming that Trump's done some bad shit. Like, I do think that he's hiding shit. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's hiding for himself or if he's hiding for somebody else or what it is. I think there's a lot of corruption. I have a lot of questions as why is he hiding it? Why did the previous administration hide it? I think it's government involved, multiple governments involved. But in this scenario, I just don't know what to believe.
Did you see the video of him going past like a little 10-year-old on the escalator and saying in 10 years I'd be dating her?
Yeah, that shit's weird. I think he's way sexually active.
Did you see? I mean, why would you look at? But listen, you and I both know the only time a guy says that he would be dating somebody is if he finds them attractive and saying he wants to fuck them. We don't talk about dating girls we don't want to fuck. Why would you look at a 10-year-old and say that?
Bro, I don't know. It seems like your brain might be a little bit more active than mine also. Maybe I'm just naive.
Let me slow my brain down and ask you some simple questions. Do you see dudes talking about they want to date chicks that they don't want to fuck?
Do I see what?
Have you ever seen a guy talking about I want to go date her and he has no desire to have sex with her?
No.
So you do agree that if a guy is saying he wants to date a woman, the goal eventually is to bang that. Did I lose my caller?
No, I agree with you.
Okay, so when he's looking at a 10-year-old and saying in 10 years I'll be dating her, you see what I'm saying?
That's weird.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, when he had his daughter on his lap and said I would be dating her if she was not my daughter, how do you take that? I don't know if he got a call.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My son was talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I
follow along with what you're saying.
Right. So, but this guy got all of that stuff orbiting around him. You see why I'm saying when it comes to this particular case now, where it seems like the bar is so high with you, because I'm like, this guy has a history of talking about stuff like this.
Bro, I think there's a lot of sketchy stuff around it. I'm being honest. There's just certain things where I just don't know yet. I usually jump on a Republican live and they call me a damn liberal because I raise so much questions about like Acosta and everything else that's tied to it. I really have a lot of questions. It's just this particular thing, I don't know until I feel like I have a more clear thought on it. I just leave it alone. Like, I don't know yet. Now, you ask me some other stuff, I'll probably be like, yep, I agree with you. On this thing, I just don't know.
All right.
I don't know. But you know what? I really haven't looked into this girl. And you know what I'm about to do, right? I'm about to go on a rabbit trail. As soon as I get off of this, I'll report back tomorrow. But I'm going to find out as much information as I can about this. And I will know more about what happened in this instance.
Let me know what you found out. TBHG. What does the acronym stand for?
And the best hands down.
Sound like you've been working at a spa. I got to move it on. Appreciate it.
All right,
hey, moving on with the program. Looking in the comments, the handsome, what does it say? Handsome Comics. I love the name. Says Trump ain't shit. We already know Trump has fugitives. Trump is a fugitive himself. What does it make sense to you. 34 counts criminals look after criminals is what he's saying. I will just simply say this. We've all heard, take Trump out of the picture, because I think the problem is we change our thinking whether we like or do not like Trump. Just take him out of the picture. We've all heard basically since we can remember, probably going back way deep into our childhood, we've all heard the phrase birds of a feather flock together. For some reason, when it comes to Trump, we don't have that same mindset. If somebody was charged with burglary, and most of their friends were gangbangers and burglars, I wouldn't convict them of it, but you can see where people are looking at them that way. I'm just simply saying, birds of a feather flock together. Obviously, even Bill Clinton, who's been accused and even, I guess we'd say convicted. Well, he got convicted of perjury, but found guilty to be doing shit with about to say Lorena Bobbitt. What was the girl's name? You know who we're talking about. Can't think of her name now. It wasn't Lorena Bobbitt. But, you know, even when Bill Clinton was in Monica Lewinsky, thank you there, Yandu. Even when Bill Clinton was in his heyday, where he could have actively been abusing people or you know, getting involved in all kinds of sexual improprieties, Trump was a friend of Bill Clinton's back then. He didn't start a negative relationship with Bill Clinton and the Clintons until later on, until Hillary Clinton ran for president. When Bill Clinton was actively doing all that shit, he was hanging out with Trump. So I'm just simply saying, birds of a feather flock together. We've always believed that. I don't know why when it comes to Trump, he goes out the window. I'm just simply saying that. It wouldn't work that way with Obama or Biden or anybody else, but with Trump, it goes out the window. Not convicting the guy, but there's a lot there to just simply say, no way he did any damn thing. There's a lot there. And how he answered that question on the plane the other day, where he stated the whole Jeffrey Epstein took girls of his from the spa, that really looked bad. I don't like I've been saying the whole show is I don't know who let him even say some shit like that. Somebody needs to pull him aside and say, don't even answer anything on Epstein anymore. I would come forward and say, look, because you guys are treating me like I'm guilty until proven innocent, from now on, all questions are going to be deflected to my lawyer. That would probably be okay now as a MAGA. Now the liberals are going to convict Trump no matter what. His hesitation on releasing the list does not make him look good either, but I don't think he should answer questions. His answers, that didn't help him out at all. Him and Epstein trading girls. Sean B says Trump was pissed off because he wanted that one. So what he is saying is Trump got mad at Epstein for taking one of his girls that he actually wanted. I'll leave it at that. I use the take it example, a particular set of skills. Epstein had a ton of money. You don't need to take chicks from Mar-a-Lago. They not rubbing your back or your feet that fucking good that you need to take one of your employees' friends. Something else is likely there. I know folks don't want to hear the speculation and all of that other shit, but out of all the places that man could have hired 16, 17-year-old girls from anywhere in the country. He don't need to take somebody from your place unless she's doing something that really makes her worthy of hiring. I mean, it's not like he went and took one of your rocket scientists. He took a girl you had at the fucking spa. There's spas all over the nation. Pay them a few extra bucks an hour, they would come work for you. He took that girl because there was something about that girl. Just like Randy the Macho Man. Ooh, yeah. I had to use that. Anyway, let me continue on with the show. Tap the screen, get us on up to 70,000 in the likes. Could be an ego thing. No. Because Trump is not on video, actually caught in the act, there's a million ways we can spin this to help Trump out. But I'm going to stick by my original point. We wouldn't be spinning this shit if it wasn't a politician that we were invested in. If this was a no-name person, not somebody we like, not somebody we hated, and they were just telling you the actual facts about this person, him hanging around Bill Clinton likes, he's hanging around Epstein, What he said about his daughter, he'd be dating her if she wasn't his daughter, what he did with the 10-year-old. Now he's talking about Epstein. If this was somebody you didn't fucking know, there's no way in hell you would be saying, no, this guy probably ain't done nothing wrong. As Mike told my last guest, would you let somebody address this way? If it was your daughter, you would probably be ready to stand up and fight that person. Get this motherfucker out the room. You sitting there talking to cops, and this guy is pushing back with the, well, you know, it could have been a 20-year-old. What? Anyway, let me go back to the comments here. Wait a minute, Tim. With power, he becomes even more unhinged than he already is in a good way. Well, we'll see. Taking nothing and trying to make it something. If you look at this stuff and say it's nothing, okay. The fact that here's the problem. Once he got in office, the guy who promised us transparency and not to be defending the deep state and the guy who was going to drain the swamp, once he got in office and started being flaky with releasing the Epstein files and lists, it ceased to be nothing being made into something. The minute he started doing that, he himself made it into something. The minute he got in office and started being all kinds of, undercutting things and being shady with releasing the list, that made it into something. Now, I get if you support Trump, you're going to deflect, well, why didn't Biden do it and all this other stuff? That ain't defending Trump. None of that's defending Trump. Trump promised that Biden was hiding in his basement, working with the deep state, not being transparent, not talking to the people like they should be talked to, working with the swamp. He promised that if he gets in the White House, he's not going to do any of that. So him getting in the White House and doing just the opposite actually puts the spotlight on him brighter than the guy we claim was doing it, because he made so many promises that he wasn't going to do it. Now he gets in office, well, there could be some innocent people on the list, or there really is no list. It's a Democratic hoax. It's sitting on my desk. I'll let you see it. I've told Congress to release the files that I originally told you didn't exist, or that I told. What the fuck is all of that? Should have just took Biden's pattern and didn't release it. Once you get caught telling all these lies, and by the way, Trump has explained the Epstein list in so many different ways. It's impossible to say he didn't lie about something. You got it on your desk, or as his Attorney General Pam Bondi said, it's on your desk, and she stated that Trump authorized her to release it once it's looked into or whatever. Then it didn't exist. Then it was a Democratic hoax perpetrated by Obama and Biden. Now we're back to, I've told Congress to release it. He's flip-flopped on this so much it's impossible for something he said not to be false. So when you say that people are reaching for something, he made this something by acting like that. He made it something by doing all of that. Why you think I changed ET? Okay. From the White House on my way down to the post office. MAGA would sign doo-doo and tell you it's chocolate ice cream if it would defend Trump. Damn. I hope you're wrong about that. MAGA would sign a piece of shit and tell you it's chocolate if it defend Jesus Christ. Trump is a horrible person, says, well, Trump has helped people out. You hear him often bring up Trump allegedly gave money to Jesse Jackson. And he called a woman on stage during a rally and offered her a job. He's helped out a few people, but he's not doing a good job on this Epstein stuff. I'll just leave it at that. He's not doing a good job on this Epstein stuff. Tap the screen, folks. By the way, get the likes on up to about 70,000. We'll take the next caller at 70,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. You can say the same thing about his job performance too. Inflation down, more revenue, secure border, etc., etc. You know something? I'm not saying that Trump. I wouldn't give him an F. I asked earlier in the live what letter grade you would give Trump, and people were saying an F, and I'm like, no, because an F means you can't do no worse. I definitely think it should. Some of it can be incomplete, but he has done some of the things like what this individual says. The border security thing is what America voted him in to do. And he's absolutely done that and done a really good job at it. But when you get a statement like that, says you can say the same thing about his performance too: inflation down, more revenue, secure border, et cetera, et cetera. You're taking out all the things that he didn't do. He didn't end the wars in 24 hours. He didn't do what he said he was going to do with the economy as quick as he said he was going to do it. Obviously, he's not releasing the Epstein list. I mean, so you're pointing to things he succeeded at, but there's more than just the Epstein list that he has failed at. He's done a terrible job with these wars that he claimed he could end in 24 hours. He's not come close to that. And at this point, the way he's handling the Epstein list, do you see any evidence of him draining the swamp? Do you see any? Who's been drained? Like who? What swamp creatures have actually been drained? He's giving you a host of crooked liberals, he thinks. But I mean, what swamp creatures have been drained under Trump? Sean Herbert says if Hunter Biden was accused of trafficking prostitutes and Albrego was accused for the extra seats in his van, then why not Trump? Yeah, they ran without Kilmar Brego Garcia, the one that got pulled over by a cop in Tennessee, and because he had extra seats in his van, and the cop thought he might be trafficking humans. They didn't charge him with anything. But the whole body cam of the encounter was on video. And that's enough, as my viewer is rightfully pointing out, just that encounter that he wasn't charged with, nothing was proven. That encounter is enough to say Kilmar Abrego Garcia is guilty of human trafficking. But all this stuff orbiting around Trump is not enough to say he's guilty of anything. That's a great comment, Sean Herbert. That's a great comment. Is that if you're going to use a little bit of circumstantial evidence to convict somebody of something, there's a whole lot more evidence of Trump being guilty of what we're talking about than Kilmar Abrego Garcia being guilty of human trafficking. Other than that one traffic stop, there's nothing on Kilmar Abrego Garcia to suggest he's a human trafficker. That's a great comment. Handsome Comic says Americans voters, we have to be very careful who we vote for the next time around. We can't believe what other people are saying and take it so. How to pull up your eye sockets back and well, you're going to believe what other people are saying. There's no way you're going to know everything as a constituent. You got to believe what other people are saying. The way I suggest is you get your news from more than one side of the aisle. If you lean right, don't get all your news from Fox or PragerU or, some of your podcasters that lean. You got to get some of your shit from the left as well. And the same thing if you lean left. I get it. You're not going to like the news. You're not going to like the shit they say on the right. But because both sides are going to give you what benefits them. Both sides are. They're not going to give you shit that might be true that puts their agenda in a bad light. Good example. I'll give you a good example. Police brutality is always in the news. If a black person is mistreated by police, it's going to be covered by the left and not covered much by the right. But if it turns out the black person that was abused by police actually did a bunch of shit and he deserved it, suddenly the right is going to start covering it and the left is going to take a softer stance on it. Even though we're talking about the same event. That's how it works. Even though we're talking about the same event. A lot of these police brutality cases on further investigation have turned up to say, well, maybe this guy actually was a bad guy. And maybe the cop had to do this to save his life or to stop this guy from beating him. Suddenly the left stops covering it as much. And suddenly the right, who was not covering it at all, starts running it constantly. Like a good example is this beating that took place in Cincinnati, Ohio. The right is all over it because they're suggesting that because the victims were white and the assailants were black, nobody gives a shit about it. And that's running on every news channel. So the idea that nobody gives a damn about it is ridiculous. It's running all over the media. But that's what that's what the right is saying, is that nobody cares because it's a white victim. Knowing damn well, if a mob of white people had to beat down some black people, they wouldn't be covering it at all. Even President Trump has weighed in on this. But when you get, let's say, schmazzies walking down the streets in Ohio, the same state this happened in, Trump ain't got nothing to say about that at all. They go to a predominantly black neighborhood and they walking down the street with flags straight out of the Third Reich. The same folks that are all over this story in Cincinnati suddenly have nothing to say about it. They don't even cover it. I don't think Fox News even discussed that. Didn't show any segment on that at all. They're walking in a black neighborhood with all this shit, promoting all sorts of hate and division. No coverage at all. So both you got to watch your news from both sides because both sides is playing games with your eyes. Real quick before we continue on, live action. Uncle Ruckus says no contest. Must be a new viewer. Appreciate your input. There, no contest. Continuing on with the program. By the way, if you guys like uncensored dialogue, this is the place for you. Feel free to follow the program if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, show the program some love. Give your boy a sub. We'll go back to the box. Fox just ranked number one. Yeah, they're going to rank. Fox is always going to rank number one because there are more media outlets that lean left than right. So you don't have as many places to go if you watch right-wing media. Whereas a left-wing media, somebody who watches left-wing media might watch MSNBC. They may be watching. See, to me, CNN is not as far left as the right makes it sound. MSNBC is clearly left. CNN, not as much. Newsmax. The problem is in this current environment, with Trump demanding so much loyalty, any media outlet that criticizes him at all suddenly becomes a left-wing media outlet. That's not true. CNN is not very left. Now, maybe when they had, it was Anderson Cooper followed by Chris Cuomo, then it was Don Lemon. All three of them are left. So, but that era's gone. Those people are, Don Lemon's not on there. Chris Cuomo's on News Nation, and most of the folks that are on News Nation with Chris Cuomo now are O'Reilly and Geraldo Rivera, and he's interviewing Tom Homan and all them folks. So News Nation is probably the best example right now of media that's in the center. Somewhat center right in my opinion, but I would say News Nation. But I definitely believe you should get your media from all sources because they all play games with it. I'm a Democrat and I look at Fox for what I'm a Democrat. I look at Fox. What does that mean? It means you like the way they present the news. I've been a Fox News viewer for like 20 years, probably longer than that. I always give the story. Are we at 70,000? Just about. Tap the screen. I always give the story of I watched Fox so much and debated online. Back when I used to call in and debate with Brian Kilmeade, Bill O'Reilly. I got clips of me debating with Bill O'Reilly when he was because he left Fox News on air in 2017, but he left Fox News Radio in 2009, February 2009. So I used to call and debate with Bill O'Reilly. He used to call me a pinhead. I debated with them so much. John Gibson. I also debated with Tom Sullivan. I debated with them so much online that they invited me out there to co-host a show. I got pictures of me sitting at O'Reilly's desk somewhere on this computer, but I'm a liberal, and I watch a lot of Fox. I got a chance to shake Alan Combs' hand. I went in his studio before he died when he used to be on there with Sean Hannity. Yeah, so you can lean left and watch right-wing media. They got a lot. They pick attractive women on Fox a lot more than some of the other networks too. Certainly when I was there, when I went back in them days, it was none but a bunch of hotties. That's why they had that. What was the movie they had out that showed that they were assaulting all of the women there? Many of the women at Fox News ended up suing. They were just. It was like there's got to be some reason why all of these chicks working here are hot. I met Julia Banderas when I went there. She's still on there. Anyway, looking in the comments, I am educated and around a lot of educated people. I can kind of tell when someone is not telling the truth. Teddy Owens, let me know. Give me your analyzation of me. I'll read it on air, regardless of what you say. If Hunter Biden was accused of trafficking prostitutes and Abrego was accused, like I said, I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that statement. That it's crazy that everybody else can be judged pretty quickly, but with Trump, you got to have damn near video footage of him doing something. Going to the box, Jeremy. Good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the program. Now, Jeremy, let me know. I see you, Alter Ego said I think he just did. I want him to clarify it, Alter Ego. Jeremy, good evening.
How you been, Tim?
Oh, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. You know what I say. So, what do you think? I started the whole program off by asking because somebody criticized me when I said I didn't know the answer to this, and that was somebody asked me, do I think Trump is going to start deporting black people after all the illegal immigrants are gone? And I said, I don't feel confident answering that question yes or no. I don't feel confident saying he's going to deport black people. But based on some of the things he said, I don't feel confident saying he's not. Is that the wrong stance to have?
No, that's not. It's just called being reasonable.
Wow. I did not think you would say that.
Yeah, well, if you don't, the thing is, I think people want some people to have a definitive answer about everything for two reasons. The number one is if they're actually a genuine fan, it's because they rely on you sometimes to do the thinking for them. It's easy to have a pundit or a celebrity of some sort do the thinking for you. They say a nice little phrase, it just rolls off the tongue, and you're like, ooh, that's something that's a talking point now. Or worse, if they're not a genuine fan, if they're a hater, they want you to have a stance that they can push back on because they're debate brained. They're more like, I need something to push back on.
And I appreciate this. So you do see someone suggesting that it's not guaranteed, but it's possible he might start deporting black. You see that as being reasonable.
I see that as being reasonable. I personally don't think he will, but I don't see them as like idiotic for thinking that. Because he definitely likes deporting people, and depending on why someone's being deported, I might not be against it. But he's kind of the new deporter in chief, if you will. And I don't see why he would hold any one race unable to be deported more than anyone else. I don't see why he wouldn't be afraid to deport someone because they're black.
Wow.
I don't see. Yeah.
That's scary.
No, it can be, but as long as he's doing it the due process, which a lot of people don't think he's doing, I don't see it as a bad thing. As long as you can prove that it's an actually like illegally in the country kind of person.
Wait a minute.
Regardless of race.
When I say black people, I mean African Americans.
I'm not targeting specifically because of their race.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not. So you're talking about due process and stuff like that. There's no constitutional provision for deporting American citizens out of the country.
Yeah, well, there is such thing as denaturalization, where like if someone was naturalized, I'm naturalized actually, and I committed enough crimes. Like there are only a few cases where you can be denaturalized, but if it's proven you can actually be denaturalized, I think espionage is one of them. I believe, like if you're a spy of another country, which makes sense because then you basically spanned the face of the very oath you took as a citizen. At that point,
you've seen that Trump. I mean, I would agree that somebody should lose their citizenship if they're caught being a spy for another country. But you and I think everybody realizes Trump will deport you for a whole lot less. You don't have to come anywhere near that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think Trump will deport people for dumb things. I don't think it's because they're black. I think it's more like petty things. He's more petty than he is, I think, racist. I don't think he actually has.
Give me some examples of something petty you could see Trump deporting somebody for.
Not Martha Stewart. That's not her fucking name.
Rosie O'Donnell.
She has a problem. Thank you. Yep.
That's
I think that's a perfect example. That's pretty petty, wouldn't you say?
It's a fucking illegal. Petty ain't even a word. It's a crime to deport somebody.
I'm saying the motive behind it is pretty petty.
Yeah, I agree with that. But and also, I would say this: there's no shortage of Trump supporters and MAGA all over the internet saying that the liberals lied, you're not losing rights. If you can deport me for what should be free speech, is that not losing rights?
Yeah, that's a form of losing rights. I think that again, this people will come after me because I voted for Trump, and I still don't like I regret my vote, but I don't regret it because other people want me to regret it. They'll regret it and say, like, why didn't you see this before? And well, here's the thing. The president that I'm seeing now isn't the president that I saw on the campaign trail. he was not doing this. He was not saying this kind of stuff before he got in office, which is something I think people don't want to admit. Is that once someone's got the power, it's kind of like if you have to negotiate a deal with somebody and you get what you want out of it first, and they don't yet. Sometimes people are comfortable like screwing the other person over once they get what they want. So I think that's kind of what's going on. Is he's not acting the same way that I saw him on the campaign trail.
Yeah. So he's like basically drunk on power.
Yeah, I think so. And here's the thing: not everything he does, I think, is bad.
No,
but that's kind of like, but I don't think that he needs to, in order to say that he's not a good president. I think that overall, one thing that I think is at a disadvantage for Black people when it comes to being deported is money. Because they're just poor, and unfortunately, I don't think that our justice system hates minorities. I don't think that they hate them, and which is a good thing. I just think that they just don't respect people without money, and I think that unfortunately, minorities and even poor white people get screwed over more when they don't have the money to pay for a decent lawyer. So that's one thing I think would make Black people, if they get deported, more likely to not have a successful case.
I agree and disagree. I agree that our system is not friendly to people who are impoverished. Having no money puts you at odds to the justice system. I somewhat disagree about it, not liking, you say you don't think the justice system hates Black people, whatever the case may be. I believe that there is privilege in majority. This is the whole white privilege, does it exist, does it not argument. And I've said this before, any place where one group of people have the majority, there's going to be privileges that come along with that. You look at our penal system, where there's lots of prisons that have more Black people than white people in them. You're better off going to that prison as a Black person than you are a white person. There is privilege in majority because people like to do business. They like to associate, hang around, and talk to people that they are familiar with. So if, in regards to what we're talking about now, there's privilege in that. And our system is the same way. Most of the judges are white. So if you got somebody that, if you're, when it comes to deciding cases or hearing sympathy pleas and things like that, you're more likely to accept that from somebody you can familiarize yourself with than an other. If most of the judges in this country were Black, my guess is the Blacks would see a big difference in how they're treated, and the whites would probably be complaining. I mean, there is privilege in majority, whether people want to admit it or not. If you go to any country where there are more Black people, there's probably privilege for them as opposed to other people when they go there. So I don't see how people can't see that.
It's funny that you say that, because I know there are some people who want Black people to be eternally the oppressed group, who would say like, oh, even in Black majority countries that don't have privilege. And personally, I don't think it has to do with total numbers. I think it has to do with attitude in general, because there was definitely a time in history in the United States where we did intentionally set things up because we wanted Black people to suffer. There's definitely that time in history. I don't think that's baked into the system. I think that's just more coincidental than anything else.
I disagree. I think even non-racist people, white or Black, if two people are applying for a job and they got the same set of skills, if you're white, I just believe you're more likely to hire the white person. If you're Black, you're more likely to hire the Black person. I just simply believe that there is privilege in majority. If most of the businesses are owned by white people, most of the power and most of the government, all that stuff's controlled by white people, I just think people, even if they're not trying to be racist, so to speak, they don't have a racist bone in their body, I just think people want to be around those who are like them. And that can lead to privilege when there's far more of them than it is of you.
I would say in the criminal underworld, that's for sure. But you see gangs mostly aligned with their own race. So there's definitely some level of in-group preference with race. I don't think it's invisible, but when it comes to how much it affects people on a macro level, I really don't see it happening that much, especially like since most people are at different levels of qualifications. Like even two engineers, you're going to probably take the one that went to Harvard over the one that went to, say, I don't know, Marquette in Milwaukee or something.
Yeah, but it could be other shit too. Like if you're renting out an apartment and two people show up and they got the deposit and everything like that, you're more likely probably as a white person to rent to a white person, and if you're black, you're more likely to rent to a black person. If you're a cop and you might be lenient on some people. Let's say, for instance, you pull over a chick for speeding and she kind of has some nice cleavage out. If you're white, you're probably going to be more likely to let the white cleavage go than the black cleavage, and vice versa.
Black cleavage and the white cleavage. Well, hey, you never know. Maybe the cop is into black girls.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
I'm just saying. You never know. He might like it a little, to mix a little brown chocolate and white chocolate. You never know. But anyway.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. But there is privilege in majority, whether people want to admit that or not. There is privilege in numbers. So
I think in the voting blocks, I think definitely there's privilege there. I think more so than on an individual level. I think on an individual level, people tend to be I think they tend to be more honest about about themselves. But on a voting level, for sure, like we see this in elections. White people will tend to vote very similarly to other white people, and men tend to vote very similarly to other men. And so I don't think there's no.
I can tell you, if Trayvon Martin was a white kid, George Zimmerman would not have went after him. If Kyle Rittenhouse was a black dude, he would not have had to shoot them people. People would have saw him as a black empowerment person walking through. If you're the minority around the majority, there is a loss of privilege. I can give you tons of examples like that. But if you don't see it, you don't see it. But I do believe there's privilege in majority.
I don't think there's no privilege, but again, how much, especially on a racial level, I think there's more of it, say, in a gendered level. Like you give the idea of like the girl, like let's say she was driving with a top down kind of car, and during the middle of summer, and she's got a bikini on. She's probably more likely to get away with something that small versus versus one of us schlubs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's absolutely in the U.S. court system, civil and criminal, you're much better off being a woman. Women murder people all the time. They don't go on death row. Yeah, the criminal justice system is really pro-woman. That is absolutely true. But I'm just simply saying there is privilege in numbers as well, though. So
yeah, there's definitely privilege there. I just don't think it's as strong on a racial level as it is on other levels, and I don't think it's strong in general. I think, and again, we kind of been going in circles about this.
Well, let me just interject and say this: when you say you don't think it is as strong, strong is all relative. You're admitting it's there. We're just maybe debating it to what level. If you're not the victim of it, it ain't that strong. But to somebody who's being victimized by it, that shit is powerful. Admitting it's there, you're just saying it's not that strong.
Yeah, but the thing is, on a day-to-day basis, there's so many other factors that are so much more important. I think it gets easily overridden. Like like let's say, Tim, like what do you do when a cop, when some white cop, the average white cop that like let's say you're driving in the Midwest, it pulls you over. What do?
I'll just say cooperate.
Okay, you want to know what probably happens to you? Probably nothing. Like, maybe he'll say, "Oh, you were swerving between lanes. Just don't do that anymore. I see you got a clean record. Don't do that again. This is a warning." And then you just drive away. Mm-hmm. That's in the majority of the time. Okay, why? Because he's probably not if there might be a racial thing there. Like there's something I think conservatives are not willing to say, but I am, despite being conservative. I think when black people get pulled over, the cop thinks that, and black people already hates the cops more as a group, so they're probably going to be a little bit more tense around a black person because they're afraid that a black person is going to have a negative attitude towards the cop, and there might be tension that's already there.
Well, let's just be clear. When we're talking about the history of racism in America, everything from slavery to the Jim Crow laws, they were the force used to enforce all of that stuff. If I came in your neighborhood and you didn't want me there, you didn't kick me out of your neighborhood. You called them to do it. So there's a long, lengthy history going of why African Americans don't get along with cops. And for folks who say, well, you weren't a slave, shit, my mom went through it. So, because my mom was born in the late 40s. So she was born, I'm the first person in my entire family tree that was born with civil rights from birth. So I'm hearing stories from grandma, I'm hearing stories from grandpa, I'm hearing stories from mom, uncles, and shit like that. And we're telling the modern day black folks, well, because you didn't live it, you should overlook all them stories that you're hearing from all your family members. But we are concerned with what happened in Lincoln Raleigh, even though we never met her. So that's what I'm saying. People don't realize all these stories that if you're black, you know at least one or two people that got a bad cop story. They're legion. Right. They're everywhere.
Right, and just like how if you're Jewish, you probably know at least one or two people that had grandparents who probably died in the Holocaust or something. You know, and it's not illegitimate, Tim. I'm not saying it's illegitimate, but you're not denying what I'm saying. You're agreeing, actually. You're just reminding me that, you know, there was a legitimate reason to have those tensions in the first place.
I think there's a legitimate reason to have those tensions even today, though. When you see that William McNeil Jr., the guy who is clearly not complying with police, where they smash his window and smack him in the face, take him out of the car, and then hit him in the face again. And you got the cops like, well, those hits weren't really that bad. And come on now. He didn't comply. Arrest his ass. I'm okay with the smashing out the window to handcuff him. But to defend hitting the guy in the face while he's just sitting there, take him out of the car and hit him in the face again? And you don't see no problems with that? That's why people don't like the cops.
I think that with that, I actually do have a problem with that. There are people saying that there's that there's more video footage that shows other things, and if there is, I'm willing to look at it.
What are you going to? You see the guy sitting there, motionless.
No, Tim. I'm not trying to argue with you about this because I just said I didn't see the other footage that people are claiming is there.
There's no footage that's going to make that.
I can't really comment on it. So I can't really comment on it.
There's no. You know, every time some of this shit happens. Well, we need to see more footage, but yeah, we can take people into custody by ICE, and nobody ever needs to see any more footage. That was a good arrest. But all of a sudden, when somebody on the other side says I was mistreated, well, maybe, but there might be more footage. There's enough footage there to tell that those hits to the face were unnecessary. You don't need to see any more. If he was a cop sitting in his car getting hit in the damn face, you wouldn't need to see more footage.
No, I always need to see the full footage. But here's the thing. So far from what I've seen, Tim, it does look like police abuse. And so far, if I'm just judging on that video alone, I think that cop should honestly go to jail.
Okay. Well, and I'll tell you, the fact that the cops are saying that the guy did nothing wrong and they had already cleared him. When you wonder why do people still hate cops even though none of us have been a slave or you didn't live
right.
It's that
like
stuff.
To protect their own.
Huh?
Like they protect their own kind of thing, right?
No, it's pissing people off. Just like you get mad when you see an immigrant hurt Lincoln Raleigh, we get mad when we see a cop wrongfully hurting another human being that look like us.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was saying protecting their own, as in like the police are protecting their own instead of holding someone accountable.
Yeah, exactly. Protecting their own, even if the person is criminal.
Yeah, so we don't disagree on that.
Yeah. So that's why, for anybody who wonder why do modern day blacks have such a problem with cops, that shit don't help it. The cops could do a lot to improve their relationship with the black community. They're telling the black community, no, you need to improve your relationship with us. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work like that.
Well, hold on. Don't you think it can be a little bit of both?
Yeah, I believe that. But the black community is not gonna step up and try to improve.
If the police don't do the same thing, right?
No, they're not gonna. If you're saying you're doing nothing wrong, you expect the black community to start to just reach out to a group of people that's saying, yeah, we beat you, but we didn't do nothing wrong to you.
Yeah, no, I get it. You gotta have both. Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. Let me before you continue, let me just say this. Meeting citizens that do not comply is part of your job. If everybody complied, we wouldn't need the cops. I don't care what you do for a living. Do you tell your boss, well, I don't like this because this is a problem file, or I don't want to talk to this customer because that's why we hired you. Your job is to deal with non-compliant people. If they all comply, we wouldn't need you.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, hold on a minute. Well, obviously, when a cop is pulling you over and you don't comply, they should have the right to use the force necessary. But the reason why that this cop is in trouble is because that punch wasn't necessary at all.
Right.
Slap, punch, whatever you want to call it.
I'm 100% okay with them smashing his window because for him to close the door and lock the windows and shit, I'm okay with them smashing his window out and dragging him out of the car. I'm 100% okay with that. Yeah. But then when they punch him in the face and shit, like you said, you got 3 dudes here. This man is not balling his fist. And then what makes it even worse is they tried to pin a knife on him and say that he was trying to grab a knife, just making up shit. I mean, the video footage from both the cops and the guy, none of that shows this man reaching for a knife. So clearly, them cops had the worst intentions at play.
Well, hey, here's the thing. I trust you, but I'm going to still verify it, the cop side of things. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's unreasonable for me to say, I'll take your word for it. But, obviously, I got to see it for myself.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you something. If you pull over a guy and he's sitting in the car seat and he reaches for a knife, slapping him in the face, they're not taught to do that at the academy. I mean, they'll draw down on you. They may tase you.
They're not.
Yeah, you don't slap the guy in the face. That ain't got nothing to do with no knife being pulled.
No, hell no. That's not taught at all. That's not like, that's definitely completely assault, 110%. Here's the thing. So, I wanted to actually ask you what you thought about the American Eagle ad with Sydney Sweeney. Because I know, that's not. We agree too much on this. I think we just agree too much on this topic, like that. Because I assume what I'm going to see when I watch the body cam footage of that guy is going to be exactly what we saw on the dash cam. So I don't think my mind is going to be changed much. So I think we agreed 99.9% on this topic. So what do you think about the American Eagle ad? Personally, I just think people are just looking at something to get angry about.
It could. I mean, I get the whole eugenics angle. I'm white. I got blue eyes, so that way we should buy my genes. Kind of like the young Brooke Shields. Nothing comes between me and my Calvins. You might be too young for that ad, but it's kind of saying.
I saw the reference on someone else's video, so I know about it. I just obviously I don't have the nostalgia that.
It don't mean shit to me because African Americans ain't buying their clothes anyway. Ain't nobody in the hood wearing that shit. If they wanna suggest that blue eyes make their genes more, look,
It's not. But are we really sure it's the genes or is it the fact that she got massive honkers? Come on, Lavon, we know why people like Sydney Sweeney.
I don't care. I don't look if there's enough racism and enough division in this country for some real. That issue is way at the bottom for me. I wouldn't even do a topic on it. That I heard about it. I'm like, look. There's real shit going on. That ain't it.
Okay. So small bananas routine, right?
Small bananas. To me, rounding up homeless people, that's way higher up on the ranks. Because anytime you're talking about taking people without due process and being able to detain folks, just because you think they're mentally ill and all this other bullshit, when we got folks being killed all by the hundreds in school shootings and in grocery stores and shit, and we're claiming that it's mentally ill and you ain't rounding none of them up. But the dude that's homeless, I got to go get him.
Yeah. As a former homeless person, I can definitely say that was a bullshit thing for Trump to do. Like when I was homeless, I wasn't on any kind of drugs. I was, I have autism, but that's about it. Like that's not a serious mental illness. It is a spectrum, but I'm like high functioning. So, I think with that, he was just trying to appeal to the masses that have never had to experience what it's actually like to be on the streets. Most people live in comfort and they don't care about the homeless. They see them as a nuisance. No. And I've said this about the left and the right. The left and the right both like to use homeless people as a tool to get power. I know this sounds crazy, but
how do you get power by detaining homeless people?
Oh, because you make it look like you're helping them, and you're getting rid of a problem that people don't want to have to deal with.
Does that make sense to anybody? Okay, right now in America, we don't want to give health care to people who actually go to work every damn day. We don't want to give them socialized health care at all. But some homeless dude that's hooked on heroin, let's give him free health care and mental. You really believe the government gonna do that?
No, well, it's not about giving them health care. The thing that gives you power is you're saying, I'm going to make this person not visible on your street so you don't have to look at it. That's the idea.
Okay.
Getting them off the streets. Now, the way you do that is cruel. Like the way that Trump wants to do it is a cruel, evil thing, and I don't think, and it doesn't really solve the problem at the root, and it doesn't help most of these people, but it makes it so that with the average boomer mom does, well, not boomer, but
it's another
nowadays,
giveaway to the rich by basically sweeping the poor under the rug.
Yeah, basically, like out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Now, the left equally also does the exact same thing, except in reverse. They want like charity cases out there, or because I've seen it myself. I've lived in left wing in places like Washington State before. You will see the least help that you'll ever get from the people holding up the most signs. I'm telling you that right now. The people who hold up the sign saying "Give homeless people rights" wouldn't give them a cheeseburger.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the left holding up signs, you're talking about citizens like me or somebody else. When you're talking about the right, that's Trump, the president of the United States, is talking about grabbing people. Big difference. You're not talking about Obama won't do nothing for you. You're talking about some left-wing citizen. On the right, you're talking about the actual president of the United States.
Oh, trust me. I don't feel like Obama would have held my ass either. Like, I don't see any politician, left or right, 99% of the time helping people. You want to know who the true angels are? The people in the shelters feeding people and giving them clothes. Like I have friends that I still am in contact with from the old shelter that I lived at when I was living in Washington State. Mm-hmm. They are the real people, and some of them are hardcore conservatives that wore MAGA hats. Some of them are like hippie, crutchy liberals, that love driving their Subaru to Mount Baker and stuff like that.
I would have to talk to him. I got to move it on.
They're the ones who actually care.
I would have to talk to him. Jeremy, appreciate you coming through. Good conversation, man.
Have a good one.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. I'm leftist. I've helped homeless people before. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure there's people on the left and the right that help out homeless. But we're not going to do this on our own. You're going to need government intervention. You're going to need access to the federal tax dollars. There's just too many people that won't do it if it has to be done voluntarily. So you need it to be done via federal tax dollars. And that's where I'll say when it comes to actually doing it yourself, people on the left and the right have helped out the homeless. But when it comes to using tax dollars, the people on the right start suddenly calling it socialism. And usually when it comes to helping out people, I've said this before in the program, the right tends to help out the top, the left tends to help out the bottom. The right, will say stuff like, I've never gotten a job from a poor person, or I don't want to force minimum wage on small business owners. They can't afford. I mean, you're looking out for employers, not the employees. The left focuses on the downtrodden. I want to give food stamps to a single mom or something. The right if you give her food stamps, she's just going to have more kids to keep getting food stamps. Anytime you start helping out the lower folks, the right's approach is most of them are fraudulent. They got drug testing in Republican states, because if I'm giving a mom food stamps, chances are she's probably selling them for weed. They just have a more suspicious mindset of the downtrodden. The left has a suspicious mindset of the rich. Tax the rich, eat the rich. The left does not favor the rich. The right does not favor the poor. So that should show, if you're voting based on economics, that should have a lot to do how you vote. If you're poor, you probably should vote. If you're poor and you think you're going to need some help, you probably should vote left. If you're wealthy and you're not interested in somebody telling you you have to help others, you should vote right. Because if you got money and you want it to be left up to you whether you share, whether you want to share or whether you don't want to share, but you want that to be your decision, you should vote to the right. They're not going to force you as an employer to give people minimum wage increase or health care. They're not going to force you to let them unionize. And they're not going to raise your taxes to help out poor people. They're going to leave it up to you. If you want to help them, you can do it. If you don't, we're not going to force you. So that should have a lot to do with how you vote, if you're voting on economics. Looking in the comments here, you should want to help others. Jesus said so. Do you think anybody in this country is operating on what Jesus said? Really? If we were doing what Jesus said, nobody would be talking about socialism. You hear anytime, who's going to pay for that? You think Jesus would ask a question like that? And if you have helped someone, I am proud of you. Cool. Real quick before we move it on, Gino2439 on Instagram. If it brings him up, we'll see if Gino comes up. Otherwise, we'll continue on. The top branch in America is we the people. Not right now. I think Trump is the top branch in America. I think Trump has proven that a lot of people don't realize that the government works for us, and convince people that no, your job is to work for me. I think there's more people in the country. Certainly in our three branches of government, they're not pushing back on anything. Trump could kind of do anything he wants, and they're going to make it happen. Or say anything he wants, and they're going to make it happen. Give me some damn food stamps, says Rod S. Scientifically speaking, the gene matches 99.9% of for all color. Why would God come back? Ooh. I don't have an answer for that. Because like I've told you folks before on the show is that Gino, it says you're unable to join, so I don't know what happened. But I've said before, if you saw me when I was a kid, I would have told you I wanted to be a pastor. I was in the church very, very much as a kid. And as an adult, I've seen so much that I'm like, it's all a lie. That's my opinion. I'm not telling you how you should think or what you should believe. I'm sure you got different beliefs than I do, but even with the way we're dealing with immigrants, I don't see that as something God would do. I get that you should follow laws and shit like that, but I don't believe God would be lacking empathy or sympathy in the way we're doing it. I don't buy that. I mean, just like I always use the example of you see a woman in a Walmart with a stroller and they catch her on camera shoving baby formula in her pants or something like that. And they take her in the back room and they realize she don't have money for the kid and she was only stealing the feed. You don't have that. The sympathy comes from every damn where. People realize, okay, just because somebody committed a crime doesn't mean you should just throw the book at them or whatever the statute allows you to do. With the immigrants, we're treating them like zero sympathy. Zero. If you committed a crime, you must be punished. I don't care what is going on in your life. I don't care how long you've been here and maintained a decent status. Commit crime, must be punished. I just don't see any deity, any God doing something like that. I think they would look at each case individually. Yeah, there's plenty of people who have come here and the time they've been here, they've been gangbanging and committing all kinds of felonies. But the grandma that's been here since the 80s and she don't raise some decent kids, or kids are all citizens and shit like that, she shouldn't get treated like the fucking gangbanger. But that's what we're doing. I just don't see a God of any type agreeing with that. I just don't see it. That's how we treat Americans. I don't even think we treat each other very nice, to be honest with you. I don't even think we treat each other very nice. They treat all citizens like that, so why should they be exempt? As I just stated, I don't even think we treat each other. And by the way, that's a false narrative that comes up a lot. That, well, Alligator Alcatraz or somebody, it's no different than any other jail that Americans go through. That's not true. If you get locked up, you get to speak to your lawyer. There may be commissary so you can actually eat out the vending machines. You got books so people can put money on your books. A lot of places you do get a phone call. They're not in prison. They're in jail. That's what Alligator Alcatraz is. It's not a prison. They haven't been sentenced to any damn thing. They're in a holding facility. There's no holding facility for American citizens that treat you like that. You get legal counsel and commissary and visits and shit like. Especially if your crime is a misdemeanor, there's no facility that treats Americans like that. That's not how they treat American citizens. That's what they're doing in Alligator Alcatraz is worse. It is absolutely worse. Where you got them all in, I know there's some overcrowding in U.S. jails. I do know that. So there's overcrowding in Alligator Alcatraz. But I'm hearing they're getting eaten by mosquitoes and all kinds of shit. It's worse, and it's worse for a reason. Because if you're detained by ICE, and you want to file an appeal, let's say you're in the country, you had an asylum claim under Biden and Trump threw your asylum claim out, or you were TPS under Biden and Trump just ended TPS, or let's just say you've been in the country for 40 years illegally and you want to give your case to a judge and hope for some sympathy. Well, you have to be detained until the appeal comes up. They're not going to, unlike Biden, they're not going to give you some kind of court date and send you back. They're going to hold you until your next court date. The goal is to hold you in a facility that is so awful that you don't want to wait until your appeal date. You just give up. That's the goal of making these places horrible. Is that, okay, let's spread out. Okay, he got captured today. We're going to detain him. He wants to file an appeal. Push the appeal out for a year and treat him like shit from day one. He's not going to survive a year. He's going to say, fuck it, I'll just leave. That's the goal. That is the goal. They're not treating them like they're treating average Americans in jail. They're treating them worse. I don't even, do they get any outdoor time, any rec time, anything? I mean, they're not allowed anything, are they? I think they're just in a room or behind a fence. It's worse than jail. It's definitely worse than what they're treating U.S. citizens like in jail. And I don't even think they treat U.S. citizens in jail humanely on many levels, but it's actually worse than that. And that's the goal, is to get you to self-deport and drop that fucking appeal. Treat you like shit so you don't stay around and wait for it. I think I responded to all of them. Nevertheless, I never got to 100,000, huh? Wow. Never got to 100,000. Anyway, I do got to step away. I appreciate the 79,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here tonight. So I'm going to end it a little early because you guys are lazy on the thumbs. But I do appreciate those who did hit the like button. It helps out the algorithm. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, feel free to smash that like button and follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. We're on all live platforms all together. So show your boy some love. Follow the program. Give me a sub if you're watching on YouTube. I will see you folks tomorrow night. Stay safe. Have a good night.